Good. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed participants who have joined us in person and online. A very good morning to all of you. My name is Deepika, and I am an associate at the Data Security Council of India. And on behalf of the DSCI team, I am delighted to welcome you all to the 15th Best Practices Meet. I am truly excited to guide you through the Privacy Leadership Forum as we embark on this intellectually stimulating journey. Without further ado, we will commence the event with the inaugural session, where I would like to call Mr. Vinayak Godse, CEO of DSCI, to address the gathering and set the context for the enriching discussions ahead. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Deepika, and all the leaders joined here in person, and also quite a number of people on virtual as well, right? So, so this forum we set up some time last year, and on the context of one is the this bill mocking process going since 2017, and we all know that when you talk about privacy. Um, there is always a one question that we had been answering since 2009. I remember the first meeting that I have gone with the government of India to engage with European Commission on a where the privacy is positioned right in the country. So this is not to talk about the regulation that we are talking about, act we are talking about right now. So the if you look at some of these expectations, global expectation about the privacy is like constitutionally, is there a guarantee that the society gets with respect to the personal right, and that becomes one of the very important condition from the setting of those expectation of privacy, where we most of our interactions with them and to them and many other countries have been like, our constitution do talk about this right, and way it is read, if it read in the context of the current, it does provide or guarantees that right, but that got underlined in 2017 August, all we know, same month. And after that, this process of regulation started, right? Because we know guaranteeing fundamental right largely is exercise against the state functionality, and that context we have to see the current law as well. But it also once there is a guarantee like privacy as a constitutional guarantee, fundamental right, then how you operationalize on a day to day, and where in case of the privacy, the key part of the privacy is like the millions of the organization had been collecting and processing millions different with the privacy regulation, right? And secondly, the subject itself had been going lot of those kind of changes. Our expectation of privacy is also now changing. So we used to define the content of privacy by just one line, like you should take a consent, but now how to take consent is adding 7 8 new lines, like you should take consent this way. How should then withdrawal to positive affirmative action, so many things started adding to that expectation, the evaluation of society in way things are evolving. Basically, we have started now evolving our privacy expectations as well, which are getting articulated in various different regulation, and we are also seeing that happening in the country. In Indian ecosystem, the regulation of privacy and especially TC Krishna committee, I think all those deliberation happened in the first draft which came. It's like a GDPR plus plus draft, 155 page. We all have been reading and trying to understand it better. And then in some cases it has gone 2 3 steps ahead of GDPR. It also imposed the criminal penalty, which probably is not there in many other geographies. The data types, it introduced critical as a data type, one of the data type basically, right? And then that was a 2017, but during that time we know that digitization was taking shape in the country after 2016, especially it got a lot of push, and um, all those experimentation we started doing. We started with Aadhaar, but after that UPI came, and UPI, the way it changed the way things had happened. And if you carefully read the budget this year, there is significant impetus given on digital personal, the digital, public infrastructure, right? DPI that we talk about, right? So public infrastructure is a way to digitize economy. And so that's one important strength, and the kind of things that we showed it to the goal, like how digitization of economy can happen with the architectural intervention that we can bring to the UPI. Then we have our own digital first industry. We say that's like all those digital first industry like Zomato, Swiggy, and all of those things. Then we have most of sector, including energy sector, digitizing it basically. All of us are digitizing most of our transaction, personal, social, and many other transaction. So there is entire context of digitization, which we had seen, an outcome also that we have seen. And it's not only outcome for us, but it's also we are telling the globe that this is how things can happen in digital economy space. That reality seems started kicking in by revisiting almost 2-3 times. We revisited the bill. We had first of all JPC looked at it. It may further complicated, but then this reality of digital adjustment, and at the same time there was certainly some understanding from European Union and GDPR. I'm sure this understanding is also flowing. There are definitely some challenges with respect to. I can share with this one the report I was reading yesterday in digitization space, how Europe is losing for last so many years, and especially in all the technology which is to do with the data. So there is a very comprehensive coverage which is happening in last couple of days. How Europe is losing, even in some extent, in against India kind of country as well. So doing something now to repent later. So that was a scare, and probably that scared had really revisited the way the privacy regulation looks at it. But while doing that, it solved a lot of industry's problem, but it also is one of the key things that we use to exercise right against the state power. So some part of that, some state function instrumentalities basically got a quite good backing, because we know that for delivering justice, you need to have good kind of a policy, right? And if you look at the Supreme Court's recent judgment, they're looking at the law, looking at the policies, and based on that, they are ruling, right? So they try to look at solving a lot of those kind of challenges and legitimating most of the state functions, basically. So that also is reality of the current law. So while solving those functions, they also solve a lot of industry's problem. It's just allowing or removing basically the expectation of privacy from the publicly shared data, and using that data to even allowing or not applying the privacy expectation to profiled information outside the boundary. So all that is now telling that if you really uh, this care of if you really try to regulate it, will you lose on. And in India, like a country where digital is mean for so many different things, including inclusion to a lot of those possibilities, societal possibilities. So that reality seems there, and definitely there are some issues and a lot of challenges that we may have. But now this is a law with the rules which is coming in, and against that backdrop, basically we have to carefully read it. This particular law, we have been reading it and understanding it much better. But there are larger, bigger contexts. In professional context, we may deal with what is coming and what we are doing in with respect to implementation. But there's a larger, bigger context of how economy work, how trade happen, how national security ecosystem work. There are larger contexts of what kind of goal that you want to achieve with it, basically. So those contexts are very important to factor in, basically. So in fact, we are putting together something to help DPOs or privacy leaders to understand this context. There is a history, like for example, we have something like this, anything which is shared in India or being used in India as a part of contract, that law is not applicable with. But then it will create a lot of challenges, because one of the expectation other geographies would have, and when you look at the law application, you look at the scenarios. One scenario is like, for example, if the entity which is giving data to you as a data processor and you are processing it, if that entity ceases to exist, how can you protect privacy right of the individuals which data you are processing here, right? Current law removes that kind of thing, right? So there are a lot of those nuances that we will be hitting, but the rules would be very interesting to look at. These rules will be also defining the way, and there are three different way the rules is coming. So one is the rule which will be presented to parliament. There will be rule which will be not required to go for parliament, and there is also notification. And notification also have two types basically. So all that will be put together, the principle-based law, this put together will become a law. I mean, we all had been asking for principles-based law, but principles-based law means then, in a way, giving a lot of things to states and government to rule, right? So now we are into a situation in the future things will change dynamically because the rules will be changed by the government. Sometimes it's good, but at the same time, sometimes it may be difficult as well, right? So there's always a question of policy delivery of justice, and there is also ethics and morality of the overall way you handling basically. So that's what we'll try to do, understand this much better, understand from the implementation perspective, but also uh, currently the age is like day to day what we are doing in the day to day life is hitting those boundaries which are creating larger ramification basically. So we also try to lift up ourselves from the challenges that we are facing, the opportunities that we will be capitalizing on as from this law, but a little bit raise up level and understand the overall context. So that's the effort that we'll try to put together in today's this 2 3 hours deliberation that we have, and that's what the ASA team will try to do it here with all of the leaders. And you also have contributed. So these all SIGs, they will be also presenting their work, final results, which will be also getting published shortly. So we'll also listen to them. And while doing that, we try to understand the bigger, larger context that is shaping not only India, but overall global digital economy as well. So I really thank the DSA team and all those leaders guiding them to set up this particular leadership forum. And over to you, Anisha and Shivang in the one. Deepika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vinayak sir, for providing us with a warm welcome and sharing your insights on the fundamental right to privacy and contemporary discussions surrounding consent and digitization. As sir rightfully pointed out, this gathering of industry experts, thought leaders, and professionals marks a significant milestone in the field of data protection and privacy. On this note, we will now proceed with the keynote segment by a distinguished privacy engineering expert who has left an indelible mark on the cybersecurity and privacy landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Nishant Bajaria. Over to you, sir.
Can you see my? Okay, perfect. Can somebody confirm that my screen is visible, please? Is my screen visible, please? Can somebody confirm I'm using Teams and presentation
Yes, we
here?
can
So
hear you and see you.
perfect. Thank you so much for coming. So I appreciate you hosting me. Thank you. I have not been at your event physically, but it's a great time for me to get to know all of you, and I appreciate making time for privacy engineering. So before we go into detail, I wanted to talk about sort of my background a little bit and how the evolution of my career also overlaps with the emergence and settling of privacy engineering as a discipline. So on the left-hand side of this slide is the cover of my released book called Privacy, Data Privacy, a Runbook for Engineers. I wrote this book during the COVID pandemic when we were all stuck at home, and I got a phone call from Manning Publications asking me to propose a book on privacy engineering. Is there sound coming? Hello? Can you hear me?
Please continue, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm just getting a lot of ambient music sounds, so just making sure. So the cover is on the left-hand side. The book came out February of last year, and I'm in the process of writing a second book for Manning Publications on privacy and generative AI. So if you look at the left-hand side of the screen, it looks like the cover of a book, but really the field of privacy is so evergreen that in the beginning, privacy was thought of as part of security. Then privacy was thought of as a legal adjunct. And now privacy has come into its own because we don't have any real standards and regulations for generative AI. So people are looking at it through the lens of privacy and saying, how do we protect data in a meaningful fashion that looks at not just data privacy, but also Gen AI as well. So the book is an example of how far this discipline has come. And I'm super impressed that your organization is trying so hard to bring people in privacy together. On the right side of the screen, I'm pointing out my career. So my career has three phases to it. When I finished graduate school, my first several jobs were as a software engineer. I worked for a company called Sprint, which at the time was the US's #3 cell phone company. Then I worked for a company that made GPS systems for airplanes for farmers. And then I wrote code for Intel. So this was the first 1/3 of my career. The second 1/3 of my career was at WebMD and Nike, where the privacy engineering discipline was starting to come up for the first time. So at WebMD, my job was to write code to protect privacy for medical experts and medical patients and employees of companies that give us health insurance. Same thing at Nike. But then gradually, somewhere in the middle, early part of the last decade, privacy engineering became big to the point where I became a privacy engineering executive. So this was at Netflix, Google, and Uber. And currently I had privacy engineering for globally for Facebook. So if you look at the left-hand side, it talks about privacy as a growth area that people care about learning hands-on. And on the right-hand side, you see my career evolution, where my career has picked up. Not many people in the US at the time knew about privacy. So my hope is to give you guys a sense of how big this discipline is, not just from a studying research perspective, but in terms of practical experiences of people at the workplace. By the way, I'm also open to taking questions. So if somebody has questions and there is a moderator, I'm happy to pause for questions as well. Just wanted to put that on the table. So the rest of my presentation deck will talk about what privacy engineering actually means in the workplace. Like, how do you make decisions? What do you do? And I think of privacy engineering as a three-part thing. I think of it as domain expertise in privacy. Second thing, domain experience in engineering. And the third, domain experience in managing senior leaders like at the C level and also understanding policy, regulations, etc. So when you are typically thought of as an engineer, you write code, you write architectures, but as a privacy engineer, you have to be in all of the above. You have to be sort of a jack of many trades and be a master of all the trades as well, depending on what the situation requires. So this slide speaks through the challenge of privacy engineering. So before an organization like yours comes in to help and before somebody like me gets hired, this slide is how companies typically operate. If you look at this diagram left to right, not top to bottom. So on the left-hand side, data comes into a company. So when you open your cell phone and you open the Netflix app or you open your laptop and then you go to Amazon.in, you look at data coming from you, that is the client side, to the server side that belongs to the company. And what companies typically do is they look at the data, they verify your identity with it, they authorize you to do transactions, they check to make sure that you paid your bills, etc. So all of that happens by way of data collection. Your IP address, your device ID, your internet speed, your browser type, your IDs, all of those get transported from your device to the server side. And what companies typically do is they use that data to personalize experiences, give you ads, give you more personalized recommendations, etc. And that data moves from left to right. And what companies typically do is, because everything that we do in our society depends upon speed and engagement, they typically don't interfere with governance until the data looks at the warehouse on the right-hand side. So from the left to the right, microservices after microservices, real-time in-memory databases, unstructured databases like Cassandra, they all access your data. And as a result, the size of data grows. So you as a customer may not know this. Of course, people in this room know this because we're all privacy security experts. But typically, your average customer like my dad won't know about it. And what companies typically do is historically they've waited until the far right of the funnel in the warehouse stage to create governance like deletion, like detection, like obfuscation, anonymization. And this was okay maybe 5 or 6 years ago. But because of the growth of Gen AI, because of the growth of identification, global IDs, because of the sharing of data among different APIs, it is becoming very difficult for companies to observe governance activities until we get to the right-hand side. So in my book, I proposed a new paradigm. So when people say shift left, this is what shift left basically means. You do classification, inventory, and governance of data right as close to the point of collection as possible. And when you do that, you make intelligent decisions like this is data that we need, this is data that we need for right now, but not later. And this is data we can use later on, but only in some anonymized format. So what happens is right at the point of collection on the left-hand side, you make decisions to shrink the data footprint. And as a result, the size of data shrinks as well, going from left to right. And as a result, when you have to do inventory and cataloging again at the archival stage in the warehouse, before the data gets shared with somebody else, the size of data is much more manageable. So I'm going to go back and forth a little bit. Look at the size of the funnel on the left-hand side here, on the right-hand side. The size has grown significantly. And anytime you have to access this level of data, it costs computing power, it costs processing power, causes the cloud company to charge you. So when I would make this argument 5, 6 years ago, companies would say, oh no, but we have unlimited capital. We have a lot of cash. We are going for growth. And now in the last year and a half, it has become very hard for companies to waste money on data that they don't need or data that is not privacy safe. So privacy is not just a regulatory issue. Privacy is about efficiency. Privacy is about safety. Privacy is about quality. So this diagram may have been fine 4 years, 5 years ago, but today the world is moving towards this diagram. So for all of you in the room who are privacy engineers or who want to be privacy engineers or who write policy and want to make sure that your policy is respected in the companies, these two diagrams are top of mind for you, because here is the world where people didn't care about privacy, but they also didn't care about anything except for growth. This diagram is about the world we live in right now, where privacy is important, it is actionable, it is fixable, it is scalable, and it also helps your business be economical, be scalable, be quantifiable, and be more mature. So if you take nothing away from this deck, take this diagram and this diagram. And this is something else I've done for the last 5 years or so to make the case for privacy. So when you work for a company in the US, particularly, and also in India, where margins are low, but traffic is high, how do you make the case that privacy is a business differentiator? How do you prove to the company that you work for that privacy will not only avoid slowing your business down, but it'll also help you speed up growth? So when my teams, and I typically run a team of privacy engineers, software engineers, architects, data analysts, things like that, their responsibility is to build privacy control. So for example, a control for iOS 14 to check to make sure that you only collect data post consent, collect data from the GDPR control. So all of these are on the left-hand side. So just as a company like Infosys, for example, has a consumer-facing product. They have a consumer-facing product for banking, a consumer-facing product for a global identity, etc. Just as Infosys is a platform, just as Uber is a platform with Uber Delivery, Uber Mobility, Uber Eats, etc. Think of privacy as a platform. So on the left-hand side is an example of several products, right, that are privacy-specific. My teams historically make these products available via APIs for engineers within the company. So when you, let's assume you as an engineer want to ship a new microservice that gives the customers bonus points to log in at least once a day, I also want to make available an API that will delete that customer's data after a certain point of time. I will make another API available for you that will aggregate the customer's data. So just as engineers who across your company make APIs available for your paying customers, my privacy engineers make APIs and privacy services available for our internal customers, that is the engineers, right? And this is how we build privacy by design. So when you are going left-hand side, when you talk about shift left, what happens on the left-hand side is once data comes into the company, I expect our employees to use APIs my engineers on the privacy side have built to protect customer data. And they become central APIs for privacy enforcement. And then once we have a level of adoption and we have a level of confidence in the company that the privacy tools we have built are getting adopted, we make those same APIs available to the customers, our paying customers, and that achieves two goals. First is it gives them control over their data and they're more likely to trust us. If we show them APIs that they can adjust their privacy settings very directly, then they don't hit us with data subject access requests, deletion requests, etc., and they give us good data. So good engagement with the engineers in the company, good engagement with paying customers makes privacy a win-win and a differentiator. And by the way, when you build trust directly with your customers, odds are that the regulators may not harass you that much because they know that the customer trusts you, right? So this is another diagram I hope you take away from my presentation. My final slide, and I'm ready to take questions after this one, is that I make the case that all the tooling we build for privacy achieves multiple regulations all at once. So with GDPR, your choice is either pay 4% global revenue as fines, or you make available things like deletion right, minimization, security, etc., as privacy APIs. And one of the mistakes privacy engineers make all across the world, and they come to me for advice all the time ever since I wrote my book, is that they find it hard to make the financial case for privacy. Well, all you have to do is compute 4% of revenue. That could be your next fine. For CPRA and CCPA, which are California laws, 7,500 per intentional violation. So as an example, if I as a customer give you a request to delete my data, you may get fined 7,500 for per usage of the data, not it's not over 7,500 fine only. It's like basically $7,500 per intentional violation per right codified in the CCPS. So that's pretty dangerous, right? So the key is privacy engineers are about shifting left, are about building APIs and quantifying with the board of directors. So you have to think of yourself as a privacy expert, an engineering expert, and a policy messaging business expert as well. So that's the job of a privacy engineer. So with that being said, I'll end my presentation and I will stop sharing my screen and open the door for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bajaria. But owing to the paucity of time, we can only
Sure.
take 2 questions. So if there's anyone who would like to ask a question, please raise your hand online or in person.
Hey, great presentation. So, quick question on the funnel. So, with privacy enhancing technologies, do you even have a funnel, or that funnel disappears to a great extent?
I think privacy and engineering tools are the beginning of the solution, not the end. They are a necessity, not a sufficiency. What happens is you will need multiple tools to shrink the funnel. Because remember, the funnel is a very simplified example. In real life, there are multiple funnels, multiple data ingest points, multiple egress points for the data, multiple engineers who make copies of the data, right? So, and a lot of companies, my second point, start not from scratch, but they start with historical data as well. So the ability to build that muscle, the ability to build those insights in your technical tools and your processes requires privacy tooling, requires training, requires enforcement, requires audits, requires coaching. So I think a lot of companies, particularly in the US, ever since CPRA was passed, believe that all they need to do is buy some third-party solution and that'll take care of it. You know, I like to tell people privacy engineering is like buying, is like when you live in Mumbai, it's like buying a car. The car won't go everywhere because the roads are not great. There's a ton of traffic. So sometimes you take public transport, sometimes you take metro, sometimes you take your bike right? Privacy is like that. You have to use multiple modes of transportation to get to the right destination. So it is entirely possible that your business is very organized, you don't have much data, or you are a new company, and as a result, one PET would be sufficient. But I think for most companies that operate at scale, for whom privacy is a challenge and who tend to be in the spotlight, they will need more than just a privacy enhancing tool, in my opinion. Because I've seen companies that publicly say we have privacy under control, but behind the scenes, they are hoping and praying that nothing bad happens. So I would think invest in PETs, invest in internal tooling, invest in training, and see what works better for you, and then keep looking at that funnel on a continuous basis and come up with that judgment for yourself rather than hoping for a one-size-fits-all solution. Happy to clarify further if my answer wasn't clear.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions?
Hi, Nishan. This is Vani. Thank you for your
Thank
presentation.
you for your presentation. Sure.
Yeah. I have a question regarding these, legacy tools. So I understand from your funnel diagram that, the new processes which are starting, probably, it's the best place to start that way. So, I have some challenges where the legacy tools, and the change management tools in the company where the controls are not in place from the cloud providers or the service providers. So, what is your take on that? Said that would they, what do you see in future that that's going to change in that aspect?
I think a couple of things, and I went through this exact challenge at Netflix, Nike, and Google as well. And for a lot of these companies, the legacy tooling and the legacy data that comes from that tooling is often a bigger problem than going forward. Like it's very easy to say, this point going forward, we won't do something like this, but it's very hard to do that until you clean up the past, the legacy tooling and the legacy data. Okay, because what happens, what companies tell me is, we will let our old tools and our old data age out, and we will stop doing this again. The problem is a lot of that legacy tooling is not just protecting old data, it's also collecting new data. So the question you have to ask yourself is, and the general, I'll give you a small tip, is identify a specific service or a specific team within your company that uses only new data, that does not use legacy tooling. And then identify another team of that type that uses a lot of legacy data. And you will run a benchmark against them in terms of how long it takes for query responses to come back, how good is the quality of the data, how often is the data being used and refreshed, right? And you will see that the teams that historically depend upon legacy data are very, very few where they have to use that data. It could be like security tools, for example, where they need to do profiling to avoid DDoS attacks, or they could be litigation holes. But with the exception of those narrow use cases, I don't see the need to maintain legacy tools to that extent or have everybody get access. It's a bit like, I like to compare legacy tools to your old college report cards. Like, I look at them every so often just when nostalgia comes over me, but I don't look at them too much because it's the past. It's an important part of my past, but it's like 20 years ago. So apart from very, very sentimental moments, I don't look at those report cards. Legacy tools are like that. So you need to demonstrate to your company that, fine, if you don't want to retire legacy data and legacy tooling straight away, let's at least examine how often it is being used, and let's identify those use cases and manage access just to those use cases. And what will happen is, when you will do that, a lot of people who use their legacy data will feel, oh my goodness, why do I have to go through this again? And if I could just stop using this data, I don't need to justify having access to it, right? Nobody wants more access than they're supposed to have, because anytime something goes wrong with that tooling or that data, everybody who's in charge of accessing it will have to pay a price for it. Will have to do cluster restatement or something, right? So what you need to do is progressively make the case that the company would be better served by either having less of the legacy stuff or having less access to it. There is no easy answer, and you'll have to sort of go a couple of rounds to sort of make the case. But I would start making that case, because I think this is not something you can win in one day. This is something that requires a change, not just in tooling, but a change in culture, a change in mindset, a change in how people do business. Hopefully that helps. I'm happy to sort of connect one-on-one to give you more tips if required.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you so much again, Mr. Bajaria, for gracing this special occasion. Your fresh perspectives on privacy engineering indeed reflected an unwavering commitment to advancing data privacy and security. With this, it is with great privilege that we now introduce our next distinguished keynote speaker. Our speaker is a luminary in the field of data protection and privacy frameworks. In his capacities as the former and first Privacy Commissioner of the Philippines, and as the founder and CEO of Privacy and Security by Design Incorporated, he spearheaded initiatives that required vision, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to promoting privacy consciousness. His remarkable career has shaped policies, practices, and global perspectives surrounding data protection and privacy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to invite Mr. Raymond Liboro to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I'm happy to be here, and I thank the organizers, the Data Security Council of India, headed by Mr. Vinayak Ghosh. Technology and data are continually changing the way we live, and this is especially true in the aftermath of the global COVID-19 pandemic. In its wake, personal data has never been so valuable. As the Philippines' first privacy commissioner, it is not only the misuse of data that concerned me, but also its misuse. As such, we have guided stakeholders in the government and the private sector, both here and abroad, as head of the Global Privacy Assembly COVID-19 Task Force, on using and handling personal data during the pandemic. As a data protection authority, we tried our best to be enablers and protectors and prove to everyone that public health and data privacy are on the same side. Without a doubt, COVID-19 is a historical conjuncture. It has accelerated digitalization everywhere, digitally enabling citizens and boosting data flows worldwide. The pandemic demonstrated the unprecedented use of technology and data. The Data Security Council of India played a crucial role in ensuring that India did not lower its guard during rapid tech development and deployment, digital experimentation, and did not disregard human rights and privacy principles by design as it addressed the risks and potential harms due to cyber and privacy threats to its citizens. With the advent of India's digital data protection law, the coming Data Protection Board must be the vanguard protecting rights while ensuring the free flow of information. We believe data for good must flow openly to reduce transaction costs and lessen the friction for products and services to reach customers in a high-trust environment. Therefore, policymakers and implementers must understand that it is essential to establish a conducive and consistent regulatory space that promotes innovation, a level playing field, and business certainty. Regulatory authorities must continue to encourage companies working to be accountable to their customers and discourage those who refuse to be responsible and expose citizens to harm. The critical point for any data protection law is to find that balance between maximizing the beneficial use of data and ensuring that citizens' public interest and legitimate privacy concerns are primordial. Equally important is for the regulator to precisely guide the industry on what to do. Data privacy in India would be pretty unique. Not only do you have a billion people to protect, but you also have an enormous industry, entire industry to protect. Indeed, the Philippines and India have much in common in this regard, at least to the fact that we are entering the privacy sphere a bit later than others. Indeed, there's a benefit to that. We both learn from the experiences of jurisdictions who are ahead of the game, so to speak, and craft new pathways for a more effective data protection ambition, Asian style. Admittedly, India and the Philippines have much catching up to do. Enacting a data protection law is the first step, and immediately you will realize the changes it will bring. Back then, no one was yet talking about such ideas as data protection auditors or officers, privacy impact assessments, or breach notification. Enacting the law opens discussions on these nascent concepts. As an outsider, a cursory review of your digital data protection law impresses me with the institutionalization of three vital aspects. First, it enumerates the rights of individuals or data subjects. The enumeration of these individual rights is already a victory in itself. The legislated articulation of these rights is vital in any privacy legislation. For now, your citizens may not fully appreciate the gravity of these 21st century rights they possess. These foundational principles will be the bedrock of any regime data protection implementation. And these new rights have the right to access to information about personal data, the right to correction and erasure of data, the right to grievance redressal, and the right to nominate a person to exercise their rights in case of death or incapacity. Incidentally, the Philippines has the same transmissibility of rights provision in our privacy law. It makes us probably the two most unique jurisdictions in the world that espouse this principle. Additionally, your bill safeguards the personal data of children also. The bill allows a data fiduciary to process the personal data of children only with parental consent. And the bill does not permit processing that is detrimental to the well-being of children or involves tracking, behavioral monitoring, or targeted advertising. The second aspect of the law that impresses me outlines the obligations of the role of data fiduciaries. And these are to process personal information only with a specific purpose, to process it with the rights of data subjects in mind, to ensure that the information is always accurate, to collect only what they need to achieve the stated purpose, meaning to collect personal data adequately but not excessively, to keep the information only for the time it serves its purpose and never longer than necessary. And lastly, to implement reasonable and appropriate means to secure personal data. The bill clearly articulates and provides for the following obligations of the data fiduciary user. To have security safeguards to prevent personal data breaches, to intimate personal data breaches to the affected data principal and the data protection board, to erase personal data when it's no longer needed for the specified purpose, to erase personal data upon withdrawal of consent, and to have in place a grievance redressal system and an officer to respond to queries from data principals. And finally, to fulfill additional obligations regarding data fiduciaries and notify the significant data fiduciaries. Finally, the act when and finally enacted into law will also pave the way for the creation of a data protection board, which should have the following vital functions, and that is to give directions for remediating or mitigating data breaches, to inquire into data breaches and complaints and impose financial penalties, to attend to complaints for alternative dispute resolution, and to accept voluntary undertakings from data fiduciaries. While enacting a privacy law may seem the biggest hurdle, the coming stages would be more challenging as you build policy foundations, forge partnerships, and create platforms for greater awareness. At the heart of your initiatives lie the need to communicate your digital data protection law to the public and to explain how the law seeks to regulate entities that collect, use, disclose, store, and dispose of personal data and ensure the compliance of the entire country with international standards set for data protection. Benjamin Franklin said that laws too soft are seldom followed, laws too harsh are rarely executed. As you build your data protection authority, it is a primordial duty to clarify the law and make compliance as practical and manageable as possible. In the Philippines, we have, for example, 5 simple pillars on how to comply with guiding management and organizations. First, commit to comply by appointing a responsible officer or data protection officer. The DPO will serve as a focal person to facilitate the protection of personal data in their organization. Second, know your risks, conduct risk assessments, and conduct a privacy impact assessment if necessary. Third, be accountable by developing your privacy management program and creating a privacy manual to inform data subjects of your measures to protect their data and uphold their rights. Fourth, implement data privacy and protection measures and practices, especially in your day-to-day operation. And finally, fifth, be ready in case of breach, and regularly exercise breach response protocols, including notifying the Commission in case of an incident. Once established, your regulator's primary course of action should be to conduct privacy compliance checks on companies and see how far they have gone in implementing changes within their companies. If ever they find the regulator knocking at the door, they need to answer these questions. First, is there a palpable data protection culture within your company? Second, do you practice risk management? Third, do you have a sensible plan in place and do you implement it? And finally, fourth, are you prepared in case of a data breach? For the longest time, organizations in India may have invested in information security, putting in place measures to keep the bad guys from coming in. And this should be commended. But the time has come for our mindset to go to the next level, from vigilance to accountability to the customers whose personal data we handle. In today's digital business environment, you can lose a customer with a mouse click. Global statistics show that more and more customers value their privacy and will always choose a company that values data privacy over another that does not. This situation will continue to play out in the larger context well into the future. To all the data fiduciaries listening today, let me tell you compliance has a cost, but the cost of non-compliance is higher. Getting the right advice is essential. Unfortunately, an institution like the DSCI is here to help you. In the Philippines, we have embarked on building trust through a clear roadmap. It starts by building resilience at the firm level, then gaining seals and certifications to demonstrate accountability locally, regionally, and then globally. And finally, to come up with the data protection codes of conduct and practices to deliver and receive data across borders seamlessly. 4 years ago, the Philippines also launched its Data Protection Officer Certification Program and ramped up our involvement in the ISO following the lead of our Department of Trade and Industry. The National Privacy Commission was the first privacy authority to commit as a participating member in the ISO working groups developing international privacy standards when the standards body started introducing significant privacy and information security related work items in 2017. And this is where I crossed paths with one of your own, Mr. Srinivas Pizarro. We have launched the Philippine Privacy Trust Mark, informed with international standards, from our participation in the ISO. The Philippines aims for global standards and is working towards harmonization in the region and not creating our own privacy bubble. In 2020, the Philippines became the 9th APEC member, enrolled in the Asia Pacific Economic Cross-Border Privacy Rule System, or the CBPR. We are currently working towards nominating an accountability agent to certify Philippine-based companies so they may safely and seamlessly transfer personal data across other certified companies operating in the APEC region. Our laws and regulations constantly play catch-up with the demands of technology, including the regulation of cross-border data flows. Making data privacy regulations interoperable through common frameworks like the APEC CBPR could help bridge the gaps in requirements in countries where privacy regimes are already mature and where privacy is still developing. That is why the NPC is also closely working with other ASEAN member states in developing the ASEAN Framework on Digital Data Governance. The framework seeks to enhance data management, facilitate harmonization of data regulations, and promote intra-ASEAN data flows. In 2019, the Philippines signed a bilateral agreement with Singapore's Personal Data Protection Commission. We are committed to harmonize legal and regulatory landscapes in the region and develop and adopt the best data protection and privacy practices. Your regime should continue to pursue and expand its involvement in existing modes of regulatory cooperation to build trust, especially in cross-border data flows. Always remember, and I've heard the previous speakers talk about this, that trust is ultimately the foundation of any system stability, whether in the public or private sector, governance, or business. Our goals and values remain fundamentally aligned. We want to build a culture of privacy. We want our people to sleep soundly at night, knowing fully that those who handle their data and information exercise vigilance and are mindful of their responsibilities. But ultimately, we want our economy to grow and our citizens to be proclaimed as responsible digital citizens, both respectful and respected by everyone globally. In today's data-driven world, building bridges and not walls will create value. And I commend the Data Security Council of India for building these bridges, as I wish India congratulations on taking the most critical steps in ensuring that the 21st century rights of its people are upheld. Thank you, and I look forward to deepening cooperation with you.
Thank you, Mr. Liboro. Since we are slightly behind schedule, we have time for only one question. Yes.
Sure.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Raymond Liboro. My name is Rahul Sharma, and I think I had met you sometimes in IPP conferences. So we have time for one question. So I have three-part question that you can answer very shortly. First is, you talked about Asian-style data protection. How do you characterize it, and how do you see that differs from the typical EU or the West model? Second, on the DPO certifications that you launched in Philippines, and like you had a pretty prominent role in growing the community of DPOs. So where do you see in the Indian context and with the law coming out spelling what a DPO is required to do, with your experience, where do you see the DPO actually sitting in the organization, and what role is it required to play? Higher up, lower up, in the middle, independent, etc. And third, on the cross-border data flows. So Indian approach typically was characterizing data localization. It advocated for it pretty strongly, but with this new law coming in, it sort of liberalizes data flows to a pretty large extent. Did that surprise you, and what do you think? Is that going to be the trend going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. It's nice to see you again. On the first point that you mentioned, what is the Asian style of data protection? And I've been promoting this. It's a risk-based approach. It promotes advancing the culture of privacy and raising awareness and deepening the knowledge of the population when it comes to privacy. So it's a risk-based approach, definitely, and building that culture of privacy. And thirdly, the practice of digital ethics. And I really thought that the ethics will form a big part of our on the way the Asians will particularly implement data protection and privacy. Ethics is innately in our cultures. And even speaking for the Philippines and here in the ASEAN region. And of course, we have larger jurisdictions now coming on board. We have China, and there were other jurisdictions much more advanced, like in Hong Kong and Singapore. So I really thought that digital ethics is something very akin to our Asian background. Secondly, it's again preventing privacy disasters from happening by exercising privacy risk management or privacy prevention and mitigation, privacy risk mitigation. So we all realize that here in our part of the world, we're also exposed to numerous natural hazards, if you may call it, right? From monsoon rains to earthquakes to volcanic eruption, you name it, our region has it. And one thing that we have proven is that we are able to mitigate this risk again by careful prevention and mitigation plans. And one thing with data privacy is that, well, all risks are man-made. There are no natural privacy risks. These are all man-made, and we have a better chance of mitigating it. So that's my answer to the first question. Second, on the DPO certification. I mean, again, if I were probably, I love talking to you guys again since you'll be coming on board. You're just on the cusp of it, but you also are lessons. So, the regulator would definitely have very limited, I would say, not powers, but resources to implement any law. So any excellent law must be also, I would say, buoyed by the resources, by enough resources. So an effective law could be looks good on paper, but if you do not support it with the resources necessary to be able to enable you to implement it, then it will be useless. So what you can do really here is really spur the ecosystem. You're not talking about the private sector, and of course, the data fiduciaries, if you call it there, the data fiduciaries, to really to create the critical mass of practitioners. And that would achieve two things, right? It definitely will start establishing or promoting resilience in the company level. And at the same time, the regulator would have, an army of, again, that critical mass of practitioners who will support, again, the regulator in a sense, by embracing, of course, the tenets of accountability and then protection on the ground, right? So it's really important that you have a roadmap on how to build a critical mass of practitioners there immediately. And lastly, when it comes to data flows, right? And here I mentioned to you some of the modalities that we took. Originally, when I assumed office, I thought adequacy would be that would be the holy grail, right? It still is probably, but again, in our context, focusing now on the region is also very important. And when you talk about the region, we have adjacencies. In our case, even India and the Philippines have very close business adjacencies. And one thing here in our region too is that we are not simply technology consumers, but we are technology producers, right? So that would also that should also be factored in. And for example, I mean, in South Korea alone, which is situated in Asia, 65% of the world's mobile phones are made in South Korea and Japan, and also India, when it comes to technology. So in that respect, and let me say this as my parting shot, right? India, I think, with Asia would be the particular focus of data protection in the years to come. As you come on board and more of our jurisdictions come on board, we're not practically talking of half the population of the world. Indonesia is also coming on board, and that's our combined population is definitely 2 or 3 times larger than that of the EU's. Okay, so we learn from the past. Okay, but again, Our ambition is be steadfast in our ambition. This is really to enable widespread trust in our businesses, so that there will be social stability, there will be more employment, and there will be again innovation will continue, and that continues the helix of innovation in the country. So thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Liboro, for bringing your depth of knowledge and expertise to this forum. It was indeed a privilege to have you grace this special occasion. We will now move on to a segment that promises to unravel critical insights, strategies, and discussions assessing the impact of the much awaited Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Before we dwell into the panel discussion, I would like to call upon my colleague Anisha Koshi to set the context for the discussion ahead.
Thanks, Deepika. And I know this is a session that everyone's been looking forward to. It's the reading of the law. So the reason why we decided to do this is because we've been dealing with these versions of this law for 4.5 years now. And we've seen 150-page versions of it. We've seen 55-page versions of it. We've seen every possible iteration that could happen. And we've realized that even the community is a little, shocked by what version of the law is out now. So we thought a reading of the law that precedes the panel will help us contextualize and understand what still are the highlights in each of the chapters, what are some of the strategies and things that we have to keep in mind in each of the chapters. So that's the goal. So before I hand it over, I think something to just address everyone in the room is that, and I realize this is maybe the wrong room to address this as well because everyone knows here, but this is a principle-based legislation, so a lot of things aren't clear. A lot of things will only be made clear over time, and that regulations and subsidiary legislation will give this clarity. This law is supposed to be a framework legislation. It's not supposed to give detailed information on anything. In fact, that's the reason why it will stand the test of time. It's so technology agnostic because it's so lean. So a lot of the questions that we might have, especially in our contextual nuance, we will lose, we won't have an answer. But yeah, there will be significant takeaway in terms of at least the direction in which the industry is going, the kind of interventions that we'll have to put in place, the temper that we'll have to have as an organization. Those things I think will be made clear right now. So without taking too much time, I'm going to hand it over to Shvangi Malhotra, who is going to take us through the reading of the law. So she will do a chapter-wise quick sort of run of what is essential in each of the chapters. And following that, we'll have the panel discussion deliberate on the nuances of the law. All right.
Thanks, Anisha. So I know we're already like 20 minutes behind schedule, so I'll quickly start. If I can have the next slide on the screen, please. So this is just a quick timeline of what we've seen, the different versions of the law that have come out. Really, it all started in 2017 when we had the Puttaswamy judgment, and then after that, the Sri Krishna Committee was formed. We saw a draft version of the bill come out in 2019, then 2021, which was eventually withdrawn from the Parliament in August last year. In November is when we saw the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill come out for public consultation. And then earlier this month, of course, we know that a newer version of the DPDPB passed through both houses of Parliament, received presidential assent, finally became an act after multiple years. So in terms of the objectives and applicability of this law now, very clear set of ideas. Digital personal data protection, which means the law only applies to digital personal data, whether that data was originally collected in a digital form or it's collected in a non-digital form later digitized. Does not matter, applies to both kinds of personal data. What it does not apply to is any use of personal data for personal domestic purposes. Any personal data, this is something new in this version that we're seeing, that any personal data which is made publicly available, whether by the data principal themselves or by someone else under a legal obligation, in those scenarios, data which is publicly available, the law will not apply to that. So the protections or the obligations under the law don't apply there. In terms of extraterritorial applicability, wherever personal data of Indian residents is being processed outside the country by foreign entities, with the intention of offering goods and services to data principals in India, the law continues to apply. Now, this is really the crux of the law, which is the grounds for processing of personal data. Of course, processing has to happen for a lawful purpose, but there are two main grounds on which personal data can be processed. One is, of course, consent, which is accompanied by the notice requirements. And then the second is certain legitimate uses that have been prescribed under the law. I'll just quickly give a walkthrough. I'll not go through everything that's presented on the slide. If you want to, please feel free to take a picture of this and refer back to it later on. But consent, we have the usual conditions of consent being required to be specific, informed, unconditional, based on an affirmative action. Usually what this means is consent which is opt-in and not consent which is opt-out, right? In terms of the notice requirements, notice is required to be given either along with a request for consent, or notice is given preemptively and then a request for consent is sent to individuals. Notice has three sort of broad requirements, so it should inform the data principals of what kind of personal data is being collected, for what purpose it's being collected, how data principals can exercise their rights, and then also how they can make complaints to the data protection board in case their grievances aren't addressed by a data fiduciary, right? And of course, the requirement that we saw last time in the draft bill, which is the requirement on having notice and request for consent in regional languages, which is the scheduled languages in the Constitution. So that requirement continues to exist. There's also, in terms of managing consent, we're seeing consent managers come in as a new type of like intermediary essentially between the data fiduciary and the data principal. The idea being, or what seems to be the idea, is to give more control to the data principal over what entities they are giving consent to, for what purposes, allowing them an easier sort of format to manage this consent that they're giving, and maybe to some extent reduce the burden that comes with giving multiple consents to multiple entities. Consent managers as a framework, what that will entail is not something that is clear in the law itself. All we know at the moment is that any entity or a person who wants to act as a consent manager, they will have to be registered with the Data Protection Board. Now, the second main ground for processing of personal data is certain legitimate uses. There's a whole host of like close to 10 legitimate uses for which personal data can be processed. What this means is that explicit consent requirements don't apply in these scenarios. So first, of course, is when there is a scenario where a data principal is voluntarily sharing their personal data with a fiduciary for a specified purpose. In those scenarios, this sort of situation qualifies as a certain legitimate use. It's a legitimate use of personal data. There's also a whole host of scenarios in which states and the state and its instrumentalities can process personal data without seeking explicit consent of the data principal. So anything for prevention, detection of offenses, any processing which is taking place in the interest of sovereignty, integrity, security of the state, when the state is providing benefits, services to data principals. In those scenarios, it's a legitimate use of personal data. And there's the general stuff about processing taking place for disaster relief, in medical emergencies. Employee data is an interesting one. So where an employer is processing the personal data of an employee for the purposes of employment, explicit consent not necessarily required. It's a legitimate use. The next sort of key part of the law is the obligations on the data fiduciaries. A whole host of them, I'm sure to this room, that they're all familiar with these set of standards. I'll quickly go through them. So when you're, as a data fiduciary, if you're engaging with a data processor who's processing data on your behalf, the idea is you only engage with them under a valid contract. There is a duty to ensure that any personal data that you're collecting, processing is complete, accurate, there is consistency. You're required to take technical, organizational, security safeguards to prevent a personal data breach. And in case a personal data breach does occur, you notify the Data Protection Board as a fiduciary and also affected data principals. The manner and format in which this will happen is again something that we do not have like entire prescriptive clarity on. Retention limitation has been incorporated as a principle where once the purpose for which you had originally collected data, that purpose is fulfilled. So as a fiduciary, you go ahead, delete that data so long as there's no overriding legal obligation on you to retain it. data protection officer, where applicable, you as a fiduciary, you have to provide the information for them. You have to set up a grievance redressal mechanism, make sure that the data principal is aware of what this grievance redressal mechanism is, how they can, reach out to you as a fiduciary to address their grievances. Two specific sets of obligations in specific scenarios. One, of course, is children's data, and now also persons with disabilities. So for these two categories of data principles, the idea is that you're, as a fiduciary, you're required to obtain verifiable consent from parents in the case of processing of children's personal data, from the guardian in case of processing data of persons with disabilities. Significant data fiduciary is a class of data fiduciaries with additional obligations apart from these 8 general obligations that are there. The idea is you appoint a data protection officer, you ensure that you are conducting periodic audits, periodic data protection impact assessments, and a couple of other additional obligations also can be notified at a later point by the central government. The criteria for who is a significant data fiduciary, there's a list of 5 or 6 factors that the central government will take into account. So the volume of data that you process, sensitivity of it, does it have an impact on national security? So all of these scenarios will be taken into account, and then based on that, the government will notify a specific data fiduciary or a class of data fiduciaries as being significant data fiduciaries, and then you have to comply with these additional obligations. For data principles, there's a set of rights and duties very close to what we saw last time in the bill. So in terms of rights, there's the right to access your information that a data fiduciary has, right to correct, complete, update, erase any information which is not relevant, which is inaccurate. There's the right to grievance redressal. There is also, as Mr. Raymond mentioned, right, similar to Philippines, there's a right to nominate in case of incapacity or death of the data principal, so essentially like posthumous privacy rights. There's a set of 5 duties on the data principles as well. Non-compliance with this attracts a penalty, a financial penalty of up to 10,000 rupees. 5 sets of duties: to comply with all applicable laws when you're exercising your rights, to ensure that as a data principal, you're not impersonating another person, to not suppress material information when you are accessing services, to not lodge frivolous complaints with the board or with the data fiduciary. And when you are exercising your right to update or complete your information, then to ensure that what you are presenting to the data fiduciary is verifiably authentic. This is an interesting chapter. I think the next couple of slides, the miscellaneous provisions and the special provisions here are specifically that I look forward to hearing the panelists' thoughts on and also the audience. So in terms of cross-border data transfers, of course, we've seen a complete shift. We've seen a couple of approaches come up in the past couple of years, but now what we seem to have settled at is this idea of a negative list. The idea being personal data can be transferred outside of India to any jurisdiction, so long as that jurisdiction is not on this list of restricted countries. And there's also a clarity that has been provided in terms of sectoral regulations. So there was a sense of confusion about what about sectoral requirements, say RBI's localization mandate, what happens to that if this sort of provision comes under the Act. So there's clarity on that front. So if there's any higher degree of protection, for example, RBI's localization mandate, that will hold primacy over this. So that continues to apply. This does not override that. In terms of exemptions, there's 3 sets of broad exemptions. In the first 6 scenarios mentioned on the screen here, most of the key obligations do not apply. The security safeguards, however, the duty to ensure that there are security safeguards to prevent a personal data breach, that obligation continues to apply. The second set of exemptions is where the entirety of the Act does not apply, which is when processing is taking place by the state or its instrumentalities in the interest of this whole list of things: sovereignty, integrity, security, friendly relations, maintenance of public order. So processing for any of these purposes, none of the provisions of the Act apply. Provisions of the Act also do not apply when processing is for the purposes of research, archiving, statistical purposes, so long as this processing is not used to make a decision about the data principle, right? There's also a general power that the central government has retained to exempt a class of data fiduciaries at a later point of time, apart from these exemptions. So this is also inclusive of startups. So there is a possibility for certain startups to be exempted from certain provisions of the law. And this is not the entirety of the act that they'll be exempted with certain provisions. So obligations regarding notice, obligations regarding maintaining accuracy of personal data, retention limitation, additional obligations for children's data and significant data fiduciaries. This set of particular provisions is what they can be exempted from. This is broadly the framework, the compliance framework, the data protection board, its powers, functions, what it can do, what it cannot do. So we have the data protection board, which will at some point be notified by the government, the composition of it as well. The term, all of this is on screen. I don't think I need to really go through the details of this, but the term of each member of the Data Protection Board will be 2 years. They can be reappointed. Primary powers and functions that they will undertake is essentially taking in complaints from data principals, any reports that they get about data breaches, so working with data fiduciaries to give them mitigation steps, remedial actions that they can take. And of course, if there's significant non-compliance, they have the power to impose penalties. The appeal mechanism is interesting now. We see that an appeal from the Data Protection Board lies to the Telecom Appellate Tribunal in the country. And there's 2 other additional sort of channels through which compliance can take place. One is alternate dispute resolution or mediation. So the Data Protection Board can refer the involved entities if it feels that, this is a dispute that's best resolved through mediation, it can do so. Voluntary undertaking is another mechanism. So this seems to be a way to encourage entities to proactively comply. So if you as a data fiduciary identify that there has been a possible non-compliance, proactively reach out to the Data Protection Board with a plan of action. Here's what we've identified that went wrong. Here's what we identified that went wrong, and here's how we plan on fixing it. The last, on the bottom of the screen, is the schedule of penalties. Remains the same as last time. Maximum penalty of up to 250 crores for preventing to take reasonable security safeguards to prevent a breach. We have penalties for data principals up to 10,000 for a breach of their duties, and a residual provision for any other type of breach, which can go up to 50 crores. This is the final chapter of the law. The 2 very specific provisions that have been added that I want to bring to everyone's attention is the first, power of the central government to call for information from the Data Protection Board and from any data fiduciary. We don't have a lot of insight into what kind of information is being talked about here. Then the second power of the central government is to block access to computer resources, which enable a data fiduciary to provide goods and services to data principals in India. So whenever there is a case of non-compliance, more than twice a data fiduciary has been found to be in non-compliance, and there's monetary penalties that are imposed on them. In those scenarios, the board can sort of reach out to the central government, make a reference saying that, hey, here's this data fiduciary who has been in non-compliance more than twice. We think it is in public interest to block access to computer resources that they're using. So this is something that the central government can do. Apart from that, there's of course the rulemaking power of the central government throughout the bill. There's a whole host of things that we don't have entire clarity on yet, which is this list of 10 things, and there's a couple more as well. So all of these, the central government will make rules on and clarify on that front. So yeah, this is the extent of the law, and I hope this was useful. I'll hand it over to Deepika, and I'm hoping that with the panel discussion, we can sort of deliberate on some of these things, what kind of practical challenges that will emerge, implementation, how do we see this panning out? So yeah, over to you, Deepika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shivangi, for providing the valuable primer for the benefit of the audience. It's time to introduce our esteemed panelists, each of whom will bring a wealth of experience and knowledge to the table. First, we have Ms. Sonali Saraswat, Director of Privacy and Compliance at Flipkart. So, ma'am, if you could proceed on stage, or if you're joining on. Next, we have the honor to have Ms. Reena Bangeri, General Manager at ITC Infotech, responsible for the DPO's office. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Joining them is Mr. Ramakant Mohapatra, the Director of Privacy and Data Protection at Edgeverve Systems Limited, an Infosys company. So if you could join us. Um, and finally, to moderate the enlightening discussion, we have Mr. Mayuran Palanisamy, Partner and National Lead for Data Privacy at KPMG India, as well as the Cyber Lead for KPMG Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm round of applause to our distinguished panelists and our moderator for lending their time and expertise to this discussion. Mayuran sir, I now invite you to take the lead and guide us through this enlightening conversation. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Deepika. First of all, thanks to Shivangi. I think she pretty much made my job easier. She covered most of the things which I had in mind. So that way I should be able to wrap up the panel a little faster so we can give back some time. So I always believe in starting such panels in a lighter note. I know this is a very serious subject. We heard a lot from the Commissioner of Philippines, then Shivangi covered in a detailed manner. So, I mean, irrelevant question. Do we have any Rajnikant fans here? All of you? Okay, I'm sure you'd have watched Jailer movie. Okay, brilliant. So let me tell you how I'm going to relate, right? So when it comes to Rajnikant, which are the famous dialogues you always recall? Urmurusana, okay, that one. Anything else? Come on, guys. I know that we are white-collared employees. That doesn't mean that we have to be too serious always. Rajnikant has presence in Bangalore as well, for your information. he has more properties and investment in Bangalore than Chennai. Yes. Okay, so how I'm relating to Rajnikant is that some of his famous movie dialogues, right? Like, I'm sure all of you know this Padayappa dialogue, Evali Tanivali. That means my path is completely different from others, right? So I think our bill has taken the same direction, while GDPR and the rest of the bills are going in one direction. While we have some similarities, but we have taken a slightly different stance, right? And the most connected, this thing is, what the famous dialogue is that, later vanda latest hour, right? It took almost 7 years, but the bill got passed in like 1 week, right? So that's how I see this. So let me start off my conversation with our esteemed colleagues from the industry. Probably I'll go with the ladies first. So Reena, probably I'll start with you because you're sitting in the far corner. So, so number one question is that, so when we heard about these penalties, right, the breaches and penalties, right? I'll come to the penalties a little later. Let me start with the breach, right? So how do you think this is going to be different from the GDPR expectation, right? I know that they have to get in the nuances in terms of breach notification, timeline and all, right? So, I mean, based on your experience and in terms of how you interpret this, how do you think this is going to shape up? I don't think so. So breach notification is... No, it's not.
Hello. Yeah. So breach notification in, can you please repeat the last part of the question?
No, I was asking that, how do you see this, how the breach notification is going to shape up? Because we have seen how GDPR's expectation has been from the past, right? Is it going to be in line to that? Or why I'm asking this question, for example, CERTIN has come up with a very stringent expectation of 6 hours, right? I mean, all of us agree it may not be practical, right? So do we think it's going to be something similar to that? Or do you think we'll be kind of getting something like 72 hours? Or, I mean, your thoughts around how this is going to work entirely?
Yeah, so the first thing we need to note is that the CERTIN guideline is talking about overall personal data and non-personal data breaches, right? Yeah. Whereas the DPDP is only focusing on personal data, as we are aware of, and that is also the digital personal data. So that is the first part. And the second part is if they will, the DPDP will come up with the guideline. However, they will rely on the CERTIN guidelines which are already in place. Yeah, and from a penalty perspective, though they are listed there is a lot of dependency on the ITA, which is already available. So I think we need to wait and see how these notifications will be evolving. We'll have to look at what are the guidelines which are going to be lined up. But broadly, there will be a dependence on the IT Act.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Ramakant, do you want to add anything to that in terms of the breach part?
Yes, just I want to add that the difference between GDPR and the Indian law, there is a difference that the Indian law mandates that all the breaches should be notified, and also they should be notified to the data principals under the board, the data protection board. So this is the change in which in GDPR it depends upon the type of risk or what is the outcome, what is the result, and what is the impact, right? So that is the change a little bit here.
Okay.
One more thing to add here is I think the data principles are not having the compensation identified in the law
GDPR.
currently. So compensation is to be addressed as part of that.
Yeah, I think that's one common point I'm hearing across, right? There should be a kind of compensation identified for that. So Ramakant, coming back to the point you made, right? So how this is going to make difficult for the organization? See, like in GDPR, like depending on the impact to the principals, right, or the data subject, you can report or not report to the obviously under the guidance of the authority, right?
Yeah.
So here the expectation is that all breaches have to be notified, right? So it's going to put a little more pressure and responsibilities on the fiduciaries.
Yeah. So there are two parts to this. One depends on the significant data fiduciaries. So they are mandated to report. That is one classification that we cannot avoid. The second part is the type of data that is being processed and the impact that is made. That is the second thing where the startups, the other companies, they might to be looked at, and the government might come with some kind of exemptions that what to breach, what breach to report or not. That will come in the guidelines. Apart from that, since the breach is something mandated and we all know, and there will be some kind of controls in the terms of security and organization controls that needs to be mandate, and it should be like an what do you call the normal flow in the organization to be set up. So which is unavoidable, that has to be done in order to protect the personal data that is being processed in the digitized form.
Sure.
GDPR also says that it has to be reported from the time it has become aware as a
Correct.
data controller. I think that will remain in the law. That's my reading.
Ideally, it should, because I think that will be the fair start as well, right? Okay, so coming to Sonali, I know that we are kind of opening up a new can of worms in the name of consent managers, right? I mean, there are positive aspects, because I know consent management is a big area where everybody is struggling in spite of GDPR is there for 7 years now, right? There's no silver bullet to solve that problem. But how do you think this particular approach of having an independent consent manager is going to help the organizations as well as the data principals?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mayuran. Definitely, I think one of the most complex requirement, and we are basing the entire law on two aspects, right? One is lawful purpose, and one is consent. So that way, first of all, it becomes very, very important to be focusing on. In terms of data principles, it definitely will work for the data principle because it'll help bring more transparency, more option for them to record their choices. It'll be easy to access, right? Uh, and that also helps them bring closer to really, the essence of protecting their privacy as such, right? So from a data principle perspective, it definitely works. When it comes to organizations, I would break it in two parts. One is small-sized organizations, probably not startups, and one would be large or mid-sized organizations. I think when it comes to small-sized organizations, probably the implementation pain points would be there. But what will really happen is that it'll also pave a path to their growth, right? Because digitalization is going to be the way forward. They have less processes, less complex processes as compared to large organizations, which are very, very huge. It becomes very difficult to even know where your data really is lying, right? And the processes are very, very fragmented. Now, bringing a control there and bringing an internal consent framework, because in order to have a consent manager and being able to integrate with that platform, you also need to have something built in-house in terms of tech, right? To be able to integrate it to that technical platform, and which also means that you have to, if you really look at the granular level of implementation, you have to have some identifier, probably some identifier with in relation to what services you're providing and what kind of consents, right? So it's going to be a complex, painful affair. For smaller organizations, probably the pain would be, small sized. It'll be big sized pain for larger organizations. But I think definitely it is a unique way to bring, I would say, standardization. So yeah, that's how I would.
Yeah. I think that's a fair way to look at it. Obviously, there could be some potential challenges like the architecture and etc.
Yes.
Right? It is like similar to having a data portability kind of a thing,
Correct,
right?
correct.
Fantastic. So one more follow-up question to you, Sonali. So many organizations have already gone through the journey of GDPR, right? I mean, they are at different levels of maturity and completion, right? So how do you think this is going to further drive that? I mean, do you think the organization will have to take a slightly a detour to be compliant to DPTPA?
Yeah, I think, again, yes, GDPR, I would say, is definitely much more complex legislation. More than that, very well enforced. And the culture in Europe is definitely very, very different from India. So yes, somebody's already been on the journey of GDPR, either good, bad, ugly. I mean, what I mean to say is that you're fully compliant. It's very difficult to say honestly that you're fully compliant. But if you've already progressed on that journey, I mean, you will have to do certain incremental things. That's one. Second, what you will have to probably do is look at the grounds of processing, right? Because contract also forms a very, very big ground of processing there. And we are banking on just the purpose and the consent, right? So they may have to relook the way they have structured their processing and what needs to really change there, right? It would be questionable or it could potentially be questionable. They'll have to reassess it. So I would say probably their journey will not start from the fact that they would already probably know their data. They would know their architecture, right? But so the tech would be probably a little less complex apart from obviously consent manager and consent management aspect. But then aspects around data, significant fiduciaries, obligations around that could be incremental. What could be also incremental is the kind of right which we have given in terms of nomination, in terms of classification, the way they've classified data, right? Because we just classify into personal information. So all of this probably would need a reassessment and some incremental changes.
Sure. So probably a follow-up question to Reena on that.
And just wanted to add to what she said.
Okay, brilliant. Go ahead.
And after that, yeah, thank you. So, see, one of the important aspects when we look at the Indian context of implementing the law is that as an organization, as a fiduciary, you need to be very sure that all aspects of the law have been implemented on the ground. And typically, if you see GDPR, organizations have aligned over the last 5 years. They have brought the compliance to a level where they can say, yes, all of the aspects of GDPR are addressed. One basic aspect is on the context of technical and organization measures. So if you look at, a service organization where, the teams are moving between locations, traveling regions and all of that, it's important for us to understand how do we do the data segregation and application of the law. So that granularity of the data identification is required. And specifically in the Indian context, we need to really make sure that identification of the record to which you need to apply that technical security control is identified and implemented. Just wanted to add.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think you pretty much answered my question without me asking it, which is fine. So let me come to Ramakant. I think you kind of open up an interesting area, right? So one of the questions which has been a question always from GDPR time is that where do we start, right? So many people thought that doing a data protection impacts assessment or doing the enhancement of policies, procedures is a good place to start, right? One place which they thought very late or still thinking is the data part, right? The technology and the data side, right? So Ramakant, I know that you have been a veteran in this space. I know that for many years you kind of embarked in this journey long back, right? So considering what you have gone through, the experience and the learnings you have, where do you think the organization should start now?
Okay, so I will break into two parts. One is the matured organizations, another is startups or the organizations which are just coming up, right? So for the matured organizations, I think it is they will have some kind of policies already because they must be servicing different continents and different geographies and legislations. So some level of maturity will be already there. So what we should do, that is one part. And the second part is the startups or the new companies that want to embark the journey. So they too should start with the scope of their processing, scope of the processing, what services they want to provide. Second, what are the different data that they want to consist in that processing? Maybe personal data, but also they need to look at non-personal data at times because some of the regulation may ask for it. So that is one is the data identification, data classification they have to do. And apart from that, they should understand that which are the different geographies they are doing that. Because if they directly direct to the GDPR kind of thing, then the compliance level, the technical controls they need to put is much higher and spend and the time will take. So they should start with the jurisdictions where they want to do. So ensure that they have the security controls and the technical controls in place to start with. Data identification, data classification, trying to understand that what are the details they want to process. In addition to that, nowadays a lot of data will be outsourced or will do a data processor approach, right? In order that we cannot do that. In that aspect, we will also take in the SaaS model cloud journey, we'll have a lot of hosting partners and many things will come forward. So we ensure that the contract is intact and also we understand them and what kind of controls they are also providing at part of the journey. Apart from that, we should understand one aspect that risk-based assessment we have to do. Based on the data and the processing, what are the risks that can come, and we should take care of the risk-based controls. Also try to see if we have some kind of more and more risk, then maybe transfer of the risk to the insurance coverage or kind of other controls that we need to look at in that journey. Of course, the compliance framework of whatever the principle that we talked about and all my fellow panelists, they have discussed about consent and all that. If it is applicable for you, that has to be implemented. And nevertheless, compliance journey is never ending. It is a journey. You should start complying more from the more penalty oriented principles or journey towards that the end. So that will be my suggestions for the startups.
Sure. I think I can comfortably say that you guys heard from the one of the best guys who can talk about it. So please try to start there. I think that will be really helpful. One follow-up question, right? So any law will have some conflicting aspects with other regulations, right? We spoke about the certain thing, right, for the breach notification. So how do you think this is going to converge or work well with the existing RBA guidelines or TRI regulations?
Okay, so to answer this question, what this law has stated that if there are already existing regulations which gives higher level of protection, they need to continue. That is not that they're conflicting. But however, what it has specified indirectly that if there is a conflict or converse, then that needs to be regulated and that needs to be resolved by the initially to start with the different sectoral laws, and it may go to the data protection board, or maybe the next one is the government. That is second. The another aspect is if you notice that some of the parts in the law like 43A of the IT Act has been omitted, and there is the 82, 87, some clauses have been taken off, and also the digital personal data has been included in many of the legislations like Right to Evidence Act and also the Telecom Act. So that means this personal data has been included in all the different sectors that is coming and getting processed, which was there earlier at the sectoral laws, but it is being more formal, so that through them that also the enforcement will happen through their sectoral laws. That one. And right now also like health, telecom, and also a lot of the high risk processing zones, right? National security and all that. Still those laws exist and they will continue. And maybe more and more legislation will come in terms of providing additional guidances.
Sure. Thanks, Ramakant. Probably my last question to Sonali, then we'll open up for questions from the audience. So when it comes to the scope of the bill, right, scope of the act, right, which is the digitized data, and a lot of questions running in everybody's mind is that why are the physical copies of data exempted from this, right? What are your thoughts around it? What do you think could be the valid reason for this?
I think it's the Indian ecosystem. The legislatures should have thought about, and probably they thought about it right. There are still it's a Indian ecosystem is a plethora of tier A, tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. There are still villages there, right? If you really expect that the law is going to go at a granular ground level to be implemented in a village, And trust me, I'm speaking from personal experience because the sector I've seen, right? We have services in villages, in tier 2 cities, in tier 1 cities. The way documentation is handled is not necessarily digitized. That's one aspect. So, which means it's a realistic approach to take from the government side that not everything is digitized. But at the same time, it's a very futuristic law. How? It is actually regulating digitized data. What it really means, what is physical now will become digital in the future, right? So, if there is a guy who's signing a consent form today on paper, at some point in time, that organization or the process will grow, and once it grows, it's going to become digitized, and that's where the law will come into purview. So I think it's balanced very well with the real ground level situation, which is there.
So indirectly, it is pushing for more digitization.
I think the law is definitely focused towards digitization. If you really think, one of the reasons I believe, at least, that startups have given certain exemptions, which includes like accuracy and stuff. It is also flowing from a very growing sector, which is the AI sector, right? And it is also growing very well, as the Philippines privacy commissioner was saying. We are producers of technologies. We are not consumers of technologies at the moment that much, right? So if we're producers of technology, we need to support innovation and growth.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks. I think those are the questions I had in mind to cover with my friends from the industry. Opening up for any questions from the audience. Yeah.
Thank you for that. My question particularly is because if you look at the ecosystem, the country per se where we operate, and if I put it very bluntly, the ability of anybody to negotiate a contract is directly proportional to the commercials that they bring on the table. We are also dependent on a lot of cloud service providers, and so I take that point from there. Now, when we go, and I'm a lawyer, so I say this with a lot of discussions that I've had in my journey.
When you ask this question.
So what typically happens is that when you look at TNC of any of the cloud service providers, and they're the ones who are getting certified, they're the ones who have that sort of resources to upgrade themselves, we always see that there's this categorization. So this applies to citizens here, or consumers here, or the data subjects who are based in this jurisdiction. This applies to this jurisdictions. Now, with this law coming up, and I particularly remember the interview of the Honorable Minister, where he says that we cannot make data processors responsible for a lot of reasons, because we are still a startup sort of economy. Having said that, and our dependency on the cloud service providers, there's this very interesting debate that is happening, which is the law today says data fiduciary continues to be responsible if that activity is done on their behalf. So there is this class of academia that says, no, it means principal-agent relationship. But then we have somebody at the same time who says, no, it can also be independent parties. It can also be, say, joint data fiduciaries or independent data fiduciaries. And on the act, we can continue litigating contractual breach, etc. But for the data subject and for the government, the data fiduciary is responsible. So how do you see this balance being drawn between the rights and obligations of data fiduciary versus the data processors? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ava, for asking this question. Okay, so I'll go in two modes. This current law, it gives the provision of ensuring that all those contracts are tied with the data processor. In this case, data processor can be cloud service providers only for storing the data like Amazon and all that, or they can do part of the data, right? So that is one thing. So the one is contractual mechanism to tighten them in the clauses and ensuring that they also come in the contractual compliances, what is available. I understand in the practicality of the big Bs, it is difficult, but slowly you have to bring them because they also have liabilities in the terms of doing the business in this country, right? In order to enforce that slowly, it will get there. And some of the legislations are also enforcing them, and they're changing their rules and the principles. So I hope India will emerge that very fast because we are the biggest consumer for them. So it will take its own time through contracts and enforcing the compliances, I think we should be able to address up to some part, and it will have a journey.
Hi, myself Manas. I'm from G Sagar Associates. The question is to any of the panelists. It is in relation to the adequacy decision that the organizations have to take while transferring data, cross-border data transfer is happening. Now, if you see what has happened with the Privacy Shield in the past and the new framework that has come into picture, and when we relate that to India's scenario, where government under the IT Act already has a vast power to decrypt, monitor, intercept the data. Here also in the new act, they have wide exemptions from the rights, the obligations, etc. So in that scenario, what do you see now? Where are the countries progressing in relation to cross-border data transfers, and also from an aspect where data of foreign nationals or data subjects comes to India, resides here? What are there? Is there an aspect that you see that there are rights? Because even in the Puttaswamy judgment, the way Article 21 was interpreted to say that any person has a right to privacy. So what are your views on that?
Okay, thanks for asking this question. So there are two parts we'll address. For the first part is the data being transferred out of India, right? So in this case, that what has happened, of course, the current state of the law states that we should have some negative list. That means restricted list. I can tell that restricted list. So when the restricted list is being given, right? So we understand that the data cannot just be transferred just like that. Okay, that means the government is watching the regulations and the controls that has been safeguard that has been there in the other country. So they are observing. It is not that it is restricted for lifetime, right? So there is an observation which the government is doing that in order to give them the status. The way GDPR does the adequacy status for other countries as well, right? So that is one. The another part is whenever we are transferring the data, suppose to the countries, so the data fiduciary has the responsibility to do the risk-based approach and take the adequate controls at their end and also enforce them to the data processors so that they can safeguardedly give the data. That means if I am transferring any data to any kind of processor in the other country, I am having the contract and I am enforcing that. So that is the another way to look at that. So in addition to that, if we bring the other countries, right, data here, so of course, as an territory, as an sovereignty, we have to provide them the what they call the prevention or protection, right? So that is being covered as some part of the other regulations as well, like health, like banking and telecom, and some part sectorals, even oil and gas. Some part is already covered as part of that. But in addition to this, it is not clearly mentioned that what kind of data, but it is understood that since they will be residents of this country and they will be operating out of this country, that data will be processed by our data fiduciaries and the data processors so far. So it will be covered. That is my opinion in that case.
So let me give a little bit of non-technical response to this, right? See, I think ideal situation would have been having an adequacy decision, right? I mean, but it requires a framework. The countries will have to go through the process, right? That is long drawn, right? But I would say this is more of a progressive step, right? To kind of come up with a blacklist or negative list of countries where you don't do the data transfer at all, right? For others, freely you can do it. But the way I see is that there would be some rules coming eventually, right? I mean, it may or may not be exactly like an adequacy decision, but something aligned to that. Because that, just imagine the process, right? Because as a country, we have been trying to become adequate multiple times with EU, right? And it never happened, right? We failed, right? So if we are going to do the same thing with a lot of countries, right, it will have a significant impact on the business, right? So you have to think about the business angle as well, right? So it's more progressive, but definitely I believe that there'll be some rules drafted eventually around it.
Also, I think one thing which is also built in inherently, when at least there's a requirement now that whenever you're sharing data or somebody is processing on your behalf, right, it has to be on a contract. Now, which puts a lot of onus on the contract. And if you look at multiple privacy laws across the world, one of the cross-border flow requirement is having the right kind of a contract, be it an SSC. Even an SSC is essentially a contract, although it's built on a lot of controls which are there on ground. So what is, and also to note really is that incident breach penalties anyways there, right? So there's a lot of focus on securing information. So when you're transferring data and it's on the basis of a contract, even if it's cross-border, you have an inherent implementation requirement to have the right kind of security controls and the right kind of contract, which is also to a lot of extent has taken care of this. Second thing is, as again, and I was really impressed with the commissioner's speech really, is that, he's saying that Asian way of privacy, right? And a European way of privacy, and let's say a US way of privacy. So one thing is anyways assured anybody's who's operating out of Europe, right? I mean, it's difficult to say that the Indian government will stand up and say that, you're transferring data to Germany and you're not adequate, right? And also to the same way say that, something is happening in Asia, probably, okay, we are on the same page with the same region. Yes, there's another part to it, which anyways we can take care of.
Yeah, one more minor point to what she already told is that whenever you try to have a contract with the party which is in the third country, there is always a due diligence which is done to assess the security position or the posture of the organization and the capability of whether they are able to securely process the data. So that is part of the contractual process already.
Yeah. So just one more thing to add here is that the pre-flow of the data, right? To suppose Asian countries, if that particular concept comes, there is already an APEC framework that is available, right? And at this point of time, India as a country has taken a position to be observer. They're not participated in the pool. But right now, I think coming the law way, right? So we may participate actively and try to enrich that particular framework so that those countries who have signed up more than 25, so there might be free flow of the data according to that particular things. Because according to that framework, already there is some guidance, some due diligence, some approvals are being done. So that may continue.
Thank you.
Why are we still required to provide notice in other regional languages? Further, does the panel have any insights on thresholds for categorizing significant data fiduciaries and how that will pan out?
Okay, so why, so this main question was asked, why the all the 22 languages, dialects in India has been taken? Because knowing that the maturity of awareness among and the culture of the Indian residents, right? So many people in the village, although they have kind of mobile phone or they use, but they do not know and they don't need to know English to read that what conditions they are applying for. Now, given that the way the consent has been taken and voluntary consent, when you apply for subsidy or certification and all that, that needs to be now in the local languages. If you see most of the states, they're giving that. So in order to ensure that the ground up guys and the everybody from the parts of the India are onboarded into this framework in digital world, so the facility has been provided so that they understand in their own language and they exercise their rights in that language. So that is one cultural change. The second aspect is we are talking about English, right? We should talk about the global challenges, right? In global, many places in German or French, the notice and all comes in their local language because that is a facility they have to give. And government, I think, while formulating this concept, has taken the best practices across the globe and tried to give the citizens of India the best that can be done. That is my view.
Yeah, that's.
This is again not technical at all. But one of the lawful basis of transferring data is legitimate interest. Is that something that's been discussed in legitimate use of it? He's saying in comparison to GDPR, there's something called legitimate interest. If you want to do, let's say, some simple B2B sales, you want to write to somebody a cold email, not mass email, cold email, sometimes it gets categorized under legitimate interest. Is there something similar to that here?
Yeah, so I think this is a gray area, to be honest, right? So for example, even if you look at the certain legitimate users, right? The first one is talking about data being voluntarily given, right? So technically, most of the time you'll end up things giving voluntarily, right? So I'm expecting some rules to be defined on this. Otherwise, I think it can be misused by data fiduciaries conveniently, right? Because saying that, okay, these are two broader topics. Saying somebody has given data voluntarily, that means I can do whatever. And funnily, we don't have to even give a notice in case if you're collecting that way, right? So in a way, the data principle is completely kept in dark. They wouldn't know why it's being collected, what is being collected, right, so on and so forth. So my assumption is that there should be some clearly defined rules around this in future.
Very fair point. In fact, I was just reading the team consent concept. And the second part is even more interesting. It's a double negative. And in respect of which she has not indicated to the data fiduciary that she does not consent to the use of her personal data. And I think that is going to be a tricky one, especially for the villages and for...
I mean, see, I think this will be a tricky thing even in the Taiwan cities, right? So, right. So basically, we are putting the responsibility on the data principals to make a decision on it, right? I don't think that's the right way of at least managing that part.
But I was going one step further to say the data fiduciary can easily say that she has given her.
Correct.
She has given her.
And as a principal, you won't be able to deny because you have already given the data.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably we can take one more question. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Aparna. I have a question on the classification. So like in GDPR, you have a sensitive data. Here we don't have that classification, but significant data fiduciary will be based on the sensitivity of the data. Now looking at the technical and organizational measures, sensitive data has to have a higher level of protection. But since we don't have that definition, do you think that entire PI data will be considered as at the same level and everything has to get encrypted? Or what kind of thoughts you have here?
Let me ask a question, then you answer the question. Okay. So honestly tell me, I mean, are you happy with this approach or no? No. Why aren't you happy with it? So no, this is clearly closing of the legal debate, right? So there is no legal argument. What is the next reason? Okay, let me answer this question, then I'll hand it over to Ramakant, right? See, look at this way, right? As an organization, if you're going to have two different approaches for two different setup data, right? Isn't it a burden for you? No, that's what's going to happen now, right? Right. So I think, see, again, the idea is to kind of start somewhere, right? I mean, immediately putting the, obviously, then if you say that SPI and this thing, you'll ask, okay, what is SPI, right? What is, I think those things will get answered eventually. But I think as a first step, I would say it's a good thing, right? I mean, for many organizations, smaller ones, they don't have to worry too much about how do we differentiate and all. They protect everything equally, right? There are negatives on that. Your cost of data management can go up, all these things. But I think you're much more protected compared to a situation of taking a kind of a divergent view on these two set of data. Ramakant,
yeah, one more point to add to your point is that as an organization or a company who's having data processing, they will either be a fiduciary or a significant fiduciary. That based on the guidelines when they're out, we will know, right? Based on which you will be able to identify what technical measures you will apply and whether sensitive personal data is part of your business or not.
Yeah. So according to me, this is a good thing because there is no classification of sensitive, critical, and normal, right? So if you look at the set of the data that is given a personal data, it is a very wider list than the what others did. For example, the password or user ID and the bank account number in many of the regulations, it may not be doing. So why it has been done in India? Because our guys are entering into more and more frauds, right? So in order to protect those kind of economical fraud to the general public, so that has been taken as a condition. That is number one. And if you look at that, our demographics, we have caste, we have religion, we have sect. So which is normally, because our politics, everything is round about that. So that is also one set of telling that give the equal treatment for all the different kind of data. And normally as a culture, we vouch a lot of opinion about others. Okay, and we explicitly call out that, right? Whereas others, they will be very reserved. So that opinion and other things also classified. So, yes. So I think it is good, but it may take shape later. Cost, but at once, and it is same level of play. You need not do classify this and that. So I think technical measures will be uniform across.
Okay, so I had one question here. So Ramakant sir mentioned, right, there will be an insurance coverage that will be required going ahead. So we have cyber insurance, right? So we partner with ICICI Lombard to spread security awareness. So they use a security scorecard for that, right? So will there be a privacy scorecard, and what would be the factors that will be determining the privacy scorecard? Is something that I would like to know.
Okay. So in the current practice, okay, being involved in some of the negotiations and discussion in this front with the insurance providers, so there is no categorically formula, characteristics or factors to classify what is the degree of privacy harm, right? Unless the degree of privacy harm is determined, then you can do the scoring and then you can go back and tell that this much will happen, right? That's number one. That absence of the characteristics is absent, but nevertheless, since India has come with the law, it will come. The second part is, if you look at the data privacy, the protection is measured according to the security controls or technical controls. So since the protection control, the technical controls is governed predominantly the security controls, some part is covered there. But we can talk about the organizational controls or the like, suppose consent taken or not, right? Or even some kind of thing. So that will come. Eventually those guidelines will formulate. It is getting formulated, but we do not have any kind of formula as of now.
Yeah, my question is regarding the consent manager. So can a DPO act as a consent manager for this? No? Okay, so it will be, no.
From the point of view of breach notifications, I think we have a lot of GCCs over here. We have the back offices in India who are processing the other geography data. For example, the bank in Singapore, their data is flowing through their global capability operations center here in India. So currently it is not in the purview of the law, right? Because it's a foreign data that we are processing in here. But in the case of a breach of those foreign nationals, so as a first processor in India, do we need to still provide that notification to the data protection board, or it will be still MAS who will be completely authority and of that?
Okay, see, we have to look in two parts. One, all the GCCs,
Yeah.
those who operate out of India, right?
Yeah.
So they also will process the Indian resident data,
Yeah.
and the data locally also. That those
Employee
who-
data, mainly employee data,
Ah.
usually. Outside. So for the GCCs, there are two things, right? One is the employee data, which
Yeah.
they don't have any goods and services over here. They are just processing for example, take example of Target for that matter. Not having any goods and services here, just employee base here, but processing a lot of US data in India. So
yeah,
in
so
that
it will depend upon the type of contract that US parent company
Yeah.
and the GCC company has entered here. So depend on
Okay.
purely the contract and scope of processing
Okay.
and what liability this company carries out in case of the data breach.
Okay,
That has to be redefined.
Okay, that means usually it is flowing onus on that parent company and their regulatory bodies in US or Singapore.
Yes.
In India, okay. Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I think basic security controls and everything will still be mandatory.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
I thank the panel for the engaging and insightful discussion. And a special thank you to Mr. Mayuran for moderating this discussion. The insights shared during the panel undoubtedly shaped our understanding of the DPDP Act. For now, we will proceed to a very special segment of the Privacy Leadership Forum. So in a world where digital transformation and data protection are becoming paramount, initiatives like Cyber Shiksha play a pivotal role in bridging the skill gap and empowering individuals to excel in the field of cybersecurity and data privacy. Cyber Shiksha is an initiative launched by DSCI in partnership with Microsoft. The integration of the Women on Break privacy module of Cyber Shiksha is for female professionals who are on career breaks is a testament to the inclusivity and diversity that we at DSCI value. Our speaker for this session is a shining example of how training, determination, and empowerment can lead to incredible achievements. Ms. Vani Palla, a data privacy ambassador at Siemens Healthcare, joins us to share her journey as a cyber shiksha candidate. As Ms. Palla takes the stage, we have the privilege to not only hearing about her experiences, but also understanding the significance of initiatives that provide opportunities for women re-entering the workforce. So without further ado, let's extend a warm welcome to Ms. Vani Palla.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, all. So I hope you're all enjoying the sessions, understanding different perspectives about the privacy and the data protection law in India, like I have. And this is my first, privacy forum meet attending and understanding how, different leaders think about it. Okay, so, I was invited here to talk about the journey that I had with the DSCI and also as part of the Cyber Siksha program. So, to start with, I was, a software engineer, just like how many engineering graduates come out and then join the corporate jobs. So I joined my, first job as a software engineer in 2002. And then, I started with a very small company. And then I moved on to work with TCS. So I worked with TCS for almost 8 years till 2011. So, during the journey with TCS, I moved on to different roles like, software engineer to project lead, tech lead, and then as a project manager, when I had to quit my job in 2011, due to health issues and also to take care of my family. So I was just a new project manager, and then suddenly I had to quit. So, and I don't regret the decision of quitting because there are priorities in everybody's life, which they need to take care of. And so I had a baby, and then I thought I would return to work after probably 3-4 years. And then when I went back to the looking for the jobs, then I see that there are very few opportunities for women. I mean, I'm not talking about now. So I quit in 2011. So when I returned in 2014-15, the industry has not yet evolved in taking a lot of women on break. So either I have received some calls regarding you either take up a fresher job, again start from the scratch, or you do night shifts where but not in par with like how the people with the same kind of experience that I was. And then I obviously the kind of privilege that I had was very different. So I cannot leave the kids and the family and then just go on to taking up a job which is not suited for me. Then I waited for 2 more years, and then I tried to upskill myself to understand, do different certifications, and then see if I can match up to the opportunities again. And then I tried for 2 years, still no luck. And then I took a break. And then meanwhile I wanted to do kind of understand the management courses, etc. So I did my management course from IM Bangalore to understand how IT companies work, and what are the different aspects that should be taken care of. And so, again in 2018, I started looking for the job, and I see that industry has moved on a lot, and there were a lot of changes in the technology that, and then for the entire 8 years of my career with TCS and before, I was only working with one technology, and now to go back to the technology, as a project manager, the opportunities were very less, or I had to start learning a new technology, everything from the beginning. So which was kind of very challenging for me, and especially working in the data side, and the opportunities that I found in the market were more in terms of the upcoming technologies like cloud or machine learning or AI related things. So I stumbled upon this course from DSCI, like somebody from the friend circle I shared over a WhatsApp that there is an opportunity. So I went and I applied. And before applying, I did not really check that the kind of experience that you need was more in terms of infrastructure experience, or working in the security industry for some time before you take up that. So then I held myself back because I don't have that kind of an experience. Then, manager Deepak, he approached me again saying that, you can still go ahead and, apply for it and you can make it. So that was very encouraging for me that, to see such kind of an encouragement to pursue something. So I went ahead and I applied, and we had, a set of 20 people, I think, and all from different backgrounds, just like me, who have taken a career break, and, they all wanting to get back to their careers. And to meet such people and to be in that forum also gives you, kind of a connection that, there are a lot of people, who are like you, who are trying to get back. And, the initiative was very good. And I had that was the first time that I heard about data privacy. And the topic was so interesting, and that I got so hooked onto it. And I have decided that this is what I'm going to do, for the rest of my life. And the other reason that I felt, for pursuing this particular field is that it is a very meaningful work. We all know that feeling that when we help somebody, or you do something nice, that, that wonderful feeling that you experience. So when I understood, more about data privacy, that is something that I felt. And the opportunity that, they are giving to women in terms of this kind of a new field where, they can explore, and also to bridge the gap. I mean, I cannot talk, more about it, because it's all somebody something they can experience. So I completed the course, and there was a certification which I could complete. And then they also had an opportunities to see where they can be placed. So I got through, and then I joined Standard Chartered as, a Scrum Master, which was not related to data privacy. But, something was bugging me that, I wanted to do and pursue my field in data privacy. So I reached out to a couple of companies, and then I applied for jobs, and then I got through Siemens Healthineers. So again, a dilemma. I'm going back to work after 11 years, and I already have a job. Now, should I quit this job and then again go back to a new one, since I want to pursue this? Then, I thought about it, and then I said, no, I am taking a risk, since I have already taken risk for, being away for so long. So I joined Siemens Healthineers as a data privacy analyst, which is a supporting job where you understand, how the data privacy controls work, etc. And, it's been 1 year, and it's been a wonderful journey. I have a very supporting team who teaches me, and I have two seniors in the team, so who guide me and encourage me to learn and ask questions and understand more, how data privacy should be actually thought about and how it should be implemented in the company. Since, Siemens is a German company, I also have the opportunity to work with GDPR, which is considered to be, highest among the laws. So, and recently I also got promoted to a, higher position, which is called Data Privacy Ambassador, which is something there in Siemens group of companies where, I would be working with the function heads and the technology teams to understand or translate the law into the technical controls that they can implement, to be able to be compliant to the law. And this also, covers a lot of things about the challenges that companies face, in terms of educating their teams and the employees to understand what they can do, what they cannot do. And it's been a great journey. And, I actually thank Microsoft and DSCI to even think about such great initiative, to bridge the skill gap, and also to bring women into such kind of, field where I feel it's technically neutral. Nobody has to know anything specifically. It's many times, I hear from many people saying that data privacy is about common sense. But I would say it's common sense and also ethics, that, what you're doing has to be right. Following law is not so easy. Many times, many people look for the loopholes to, get away, or just to get away with the work that they can do. And when I was listening to all these perspectives today, I was thinking that, the risk based approach they were talking about. So there are, good things and bad things about it, that, when you take that route, you can only do little bit. So working in the context of, Germany, I also understood that, how you need to think about a person's, data. So, and then they are very big on in terms of, protecting even the employee data, just because somebody has a contract, you cannot just misuse their data. So there are a lot of learnings for me, and cybersecurity was a stepping stone, definitely, and I'm very, very grateful for the opportunity. And I, if I can help, at least 5 or 10 people to come back to career and pursue their whatever the interest that they have, especially in cybersecurity, and whoever has contacted me so far, I have been able to help them whatever I could do. And but I would urge all of you also to give such opportunities to all the women who are on break and they're trying to get back. Then that would be a great help. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Palla, for sharing your experiences. We at DSEI are so elated to know that our program helped you. So, and we wish you the very best for your professional endeavors ahead. So, I hope everyone has been enjoying the Privacy Leadership Forum so far. So, but before we proceed to the next session, I would like to inform everyone about a brief intermission. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. sharp. So please remember to be back in your seats because we have an exciting lineup awaiting us. So for your attention, we have our special interest groups taking the stage post-lunch, and where they will be presenting their insights and expertise. So with this, we break for lunch and providing a perfect opportunity for everyone present here to rejuvenate and network with your fellow attendees. So please be back at 2 p.m. sharp, and please enjoy your lunch. Thank you. This is also for the information for the online participants. We will be breaking, so please ensure that you log back by 2 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and participants, I trust you all had a satisfying and delightful lunch break. It's wonderful to see you back, recharged and ready for the next session of the Privacy Leadership Forum. Our journey in the forum will now be led by a constellation of experts, each contributing their unique perspectives and experiences to the discourse. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the next segment of our forum, the Special Interest Group Presentation Series. The series of presentations promises to shed light on key thematic areas of the Privacy Leadership Forum. We are fortunate today to have some of the brightest minds in privacy with us today. So without further ado, let's dive into the presentation by the Privacy by Design Special Interest Group. I now request the lead SIG to introduce yourself and the members of the SIG. Thank you. So I request Mr. Jagannath to please take the stage. We will be commencing with the presentation in a couple of minutes. Until then, I request Mr. Jagannath to take the stage. Before we commence with the presentation, an important note of information to the participants online. We will be commencing now. So if you do have any questions or queries during the presentation, please leave your questions in the chat box. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I know it's the toughest time of the day. All of us have had a sumptuous meal and we have to keep you awake. Well, that's a tough job to do, but we'll try our best. Well, my name is Jagan. I'm okay with this, yeah. Yeah, my name is Jagan. I play the role of a DPO on LTI Mindtree. Well, we've been given an excellent opportunity to form an SIG and come up with a white paper and guidances on privacy by design. Well, I would like to introduce my team, Ashwati, Niti, and Vindhya. Right? They have been involved in putting this together. The approach that we have taken is we have, of course, read a lot about privacy by design, all the artifacts available globally from regulators, guidelines from regulators, and so on and so forth. And then try to bring in a holistic perspective of privacy by design, but from a different perspective, right? We chose a little different approach to attend to this, to come up with the end product. we're almost there. I mean, it's not the end product. It will be evolving, and we do have plans of taking it to the next step. So the approach that we've taken is not a typical industry-based approach, but we'll come to that. So I just wanted to set the context that it's different from what you would actually have seen reading through articles and going through presentations and so on in your tenure as a privacy professional. Okay, so we are missing Dwarka. Sorry, Niti, I missed your name there. We are missing Dwarka. Dwarka has also contributed. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it here in person because he was traveling on a personal note. Well, this is the SIG group, a special interest on privacy by design. How do I? Okay. So what am I going to be covering today is the theme that we have taken, right? And overall approach, how have we approached this white paper, the output that we have achieved so far, insight into the work product. We also like to, apart from this presentation, we want to show you the work product because at the end of the day, you shouldn't be thinking it's only English that we are speaking about. Yes, we have evolved a white paper and a document that is shareable. And we also looked at illustrative examples. We have a roadmap for that as well. And the next steps, how are we going to look at the next few months in evolving this into a publishable paper. Okay, oops, how did it go back? All right, the theme is, while it is SIG on privacy by design, the theme is practical implementation to privacy by design. The reason why we chose this theme is primarily because when we read a lot about privacy by design, the articles that were there, it is more focused on what is privacy by design, right? We found very few articles that actually talks about how to implement it, right? What is the realistic view, realistic approach? How can organizations benefit from adopting privacy by design, right? So that's the reason we chose this theme of a practical implementation. So our entire white paper is talking about practicality of implementing privacy by design while we are looking at the 7 foundational principles and principles of privacy, how to take it to an organization so that if somebody reads this white paper or uses or can use this white paper to elevate their privacy posture and be privacy ready, especially with the DPDP coming into picture. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm messing up on these. Yeah. Well, the approach that we've taken, I spoke about it in brief. Well, we referred various guidances and various publications, primarily looking at Canada, ICO, AEPD of Spain, and EDPB guidances, and so on and so forth. Of course, private articles as well we have read. We have put them out as reference materials and adding additional reading materials in our white paper, so people can refer to these documents in case they want to get more insights into what they are talking about and what they are referring to. Well, and I spoke to you about we did keep ourselves ring-fenced around 7 foundational principles of privacy by design and the principles of processing and analysis and of some case laws that we looked at on how regulators have also looked at implementing privacy by design into the privacy ecosystem. What was the output? We have a presentation, we have a white paper, and we have an example of implementing PBD. We have chosen 2 scenarios. One is for marketing data, and the other one is for employee data. We do plan to come up with other views as well and reference materials. One important point I want to make here is we also are looking at publishing illustrative examples by industry, right? This idea came from Ashwati. I think it's an excellent idea because each industry works very differently, right? So when you talk about something, people would like to understand how it can benefit them from their industry perspective. So that's something that we are looking at as well. We will come out with an illustration paper on industry-specific guidelines due course of time. We're looking at banking and retail at this point in time. Of course, if you have any other thoughts, feel free to make suggestions. And where are we at? Like I've also already mentioned, we have a white paper to be published or can be published, but of course needs to go through a review mechanism. illustrations on marketing data. We also have a draft version for employee data and the presentation. What we are looking at is we want the Privacy Leadership Forum to volunteer some individuals to be able to assess this paper, right? Because it's been the four of us who have contributed to the paper. Well, we would like individuals to assess it and share review feedback so that we can only improvise it and make it more robust. As I mentioned, the intention of this white paper is primarily to be able to give it to organizations and benefit from implementing these directly, right? Because these are practical scenarios that we are looking at. Well, the approach that we have taken, as I said, principles of processing and the 7 foundational principles. All through the data life cycle, that's something that we never forgot, and all through the development life cycle. And we arrived at a practical implementation guideline, right? So what is the practical implementation guideline? It is privacy by design when you look at it from a business process perspective, operationalizing it, and the technical interventions of privacy by design. Many of us have the perception of privacy by design as technology implementation, right? So encryption, right? Or pseudonymization, or masking, or tokenization, and so on and so forth. We always think privacy by design restricts itself to technology. But we wanted to give it a different perspective. But there are some articles across the globe that talk about this view, right? One of them being the Canadian view, and very few others who actually go into depth on this perspective. So that's why we realized it is good for the industry if they have to adopt, right? If somebody has to adopt this guideline, or if somebody has to adopt this framework, it will be good to practically show them how to do things rather than theoretically tell them how to do things. Okay. So the paper comprises of these following sections. One is, of course, the introduction on what privacy by design is. Data privacy laws that actually call out what privacy by design is, and the importance of implementing privacy by design. Examples are GDPR, now CPRA even speaks about it. The earlier version of Indian DPDP also spoke about it. The Brazilian law speaks about it, and so on, right? And the new ISO guidelines have also come up for privacy by design. And looking at the practical implementation we just spoke about, we'll go into a little depth of it and the illustrations on privacy by design. Well, I'll pass it on to Ashwati, who will take you through how we have looked at PBD from business process as well as operationalizing PBD. All right, and I will come back on stage for the technology perspective. Feel free to ask questions. I would suggest park the questions for later because it shouldn't hijack the discussion. Well, one of the questions that may be running in your mind is DPDP coming in. Can we use this? Absolutely yes. It can definitely be a different business differentiator because we have kept it generic. I mean, it's nothing to do with law, right? How to implement privacy by design. We have kept it very generic. So it definitely can act as a business differentiator if you implement what we have articulated in the white paper. Over to you, Ashwati.
Thank you, Jagan. That was a very comprehensive overview. I think I have very little to cover here before I pass it back on to him. But can I have a quick sense check of the audience here? How many of you are directly working in a privacy team? And how many of you have implemented privacy by design in your organizations? That's amazing. Okay, so I will not have to go into a lot of the details of what we are about to show here, but let me start with a question. What is your team's, or yours, privacy superpower? What is that one thing that you think your team distinctively does very well, that you can confidently say is your privacy superpower from the context of the organization? I would really like to get some answers that from an implementation point of view, you would have seen challenges, you would have overcome them, and do you think you excel in certain areas by this point? I'm sure most of you have been in the industry for some time now and does reflect on the fact that this is an area that needs constant improvement, but is already at a point of maturity from which you can reflect. So, any answers that you want to quickly shout out? Of course, of course.
That we conduct, and that I think so a risk-based approach would be our biggest superpower.
That's amazing. That's a great perspective that I want to talk about in later part of the stage too. Thank you, Nidhi. Yes, Vivek.
I think
Do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Yeah, so Vivek here from EY,
Hi.
Associate Director with EY. So what we see with our clients, I think the integration part is very important. We are talking about privacy by design, right? Some of the applications which are the very legacy applications and where or maybe a number of websites or services that they offer, the integration of a tool from the data governance point of view, right, from consent to the dashboarding of it, I think the overall process is very complex. I will not call it superpower, but I think by the time we are learning how we can seamlessly integrate that and get the 360-degree view of the data privacy in the organization.
So that's your super focus.
Yeah.
Great perspective. Thank you, Vivek. Anything else that you want to share? Great. Due to paucity of time, I'm moving ahead. Thank you so much for coming across and sharing. But if I were to be asked what my super focus / superpower is, from a privacy by design perspective, it's always been the ability to ask the right questions. It's the ability to probe, right? So with privacy by design, you do not necessarily have the backing of a regulatory compliance checkpoint to get to. With privacy by design, it's much more of a preemptive strategy that you have to build into the team. So to get a buy-in on that, I'm sure you all have faced different levels of difficulties. So there are certain approaches to this that we have seen industry has widely used. Some are risk-based, like Nidhi said. Some are goal-oriented, especially for product organizations where privacy becomes a differentiator. Goal-oriented strategies to building privacy by design works very well. Whereas in certain other organizations of a different scale, collaborative approach works much better than a risk or very comprehensive risk management-based approach or a goal-oriented approach. A collaborative approach works much better. So there are these different strategies that you can dwell into, that you can go into depths of, and use as a model to apply everything that we are saying in the next 2 slides, right? While I get into the details of this, please bear in mind that those approaches we have talked about in the working paper, we hope to be able to elaborate in much more depth, taking example of an industry use case. Like Jagan said, possibly a banking use case and a retail use case, depending on the participation. We'd like to see how we can use illustrative examples from a running business, from a very practical point of view, how the risk-based approach, goal-based approach, and collaboration-based approach can be used as a use case in an implementation scenario of everything that we have described here. And I believe I don't need to get into details of everything that's listed here because you're already familiar. But given that this is the job that I've been given today, establishing a process to know your data is one of the fundamental things that you need to do as you start a privacy by design program fresh and look at integrating that into your existing very well-oiled machine of business processes. So taking a look at the data inventory, and I can tell this from experience, having worked with a few different industries right now, inventory is probably the weakest point. Inventory is probably the area where you could have skeletons in the closet, but is very essential to the effectiveness of a privacy program. And for privacy by design, it is very critical because that is where you can establish the variety of sources of the data generation, the variance of where the data is stored, as you will see in the next points, and maybe the diversity of data to an extent that is signed off by the owning parties. So irrespective of who owns it, who manages it in the organization, it is critical to use data inventory, applications and processes repository as also a sign-off point to make sure that you don't have garbage in just so you don't get garbage out, right? So I would say data inventory is the prime point for us to start the program in and start the cleanup in if you are to implement a privacy by design program in an existing organization. Understanding sources of data collection, this is where you can get in and decide what works best in terms of the technology that you're using, in terms of the ingestions of data that you're handling for your different applications and processes. I'm sorry, we may have to go back. Thank you. Yeah. In understanding the different ways in which the data is being sourced, if there is third party involved, if there is internal, external parties involved that's affecting the source, a privacy engineer can definitely help throw perspective on how these sources can impact the quality of the outcomes that you're driving from a privacy perspective at the end of it. Lawful basis, especially today, given how diverse the localization and transfer strategies has been across the world, especially so if you are a multinational organization, it is important to go in at the very beginning and influence how the lawful basis of data transfer or data processing is being decided before you go in and do it and then try to correct it post facto. So there's definite scope for privacy engineers to contribute in that sense. Policy making is another area because especially you do not have the backing of a regulatory framework to maybe necessarily enforce it to the extent that you would the other privacy regulatory requirements. Privacy by design can be definitely backed by the right policy making. That's something that you can use as a tool to internally gather and also implement some of the privacy requirements into the various sections of the organization. Knowing the storage of the data, not just from a retention point of view, but also from a localization standpoint, is absolutely critical to understanding what strategy you can build in order to make sure your preemptive risk response plan, especially from a data transfer and localization response point of view, is very highly impactful. So if you were to do it at the beginning, that would be a much more effective strategy than somebody having an established data center outside of Europe and then you going back and telling them it would be better for you to go back and move this whole data back into the Europe. Exactly. So if inserting yourself into the conversations on not just storage, not just decisions on storage, but also decisions that are happening at policy levels in countries to make sure that you have the right input on what the lawmakers are thinking about when it comes to mobility of data. Also making sure that you influence the right decisions that would benefit not just data subjects, but also industry as a whole. There is definite scope for that. Data privacy impact assessment is a great tool that I would say helps you establish your risk framework. It has been effectively used and can be definitely used to identify and act on risks at various levels. DPIA has been an established tool for privacy impact assessment, but I would say there is definite scope for it to be expanded to a privacy risk assessment strategy in its very risk sense of things as well. So when we talk about establishing a risk management process, that can go and link up to giving you a sense of what the risks are at different pockets in the organization. This is what we are talking about in the white paper. Incident management, access management, these are contracting. are areas where we already have operations running as part of the privacy program. So from a privacy by design perspective, at this stage, now that many organizations do have an established program, the points that we have included in the working paper would dwell into the details of what can be learned from what is existing, what needs to be done from a preventive point of view, and establishing these learning points. How can we go and look at something from a preventive strategy perspective? For example, from an incident management point of view, I'm sure many organizations are already looking at what is happening in your peer organizations very structurally in a programmatic way, and using that as a feed into your internal incident management program. This is something that needs to be done, at least right now, from a very preventative approach rather than to think about an incident once it is materialized. Because if there is, let's say, excessive judicial action in under retention of data, it's most definitely going to impact how you plan for deletion of data. And that's a threat vector you will not see coming, because under retention of data is most likely impacted by non-privacy regulations. And if you're limited to your privacy conversations, it's very likely that a retention, a storage-related requirement coming from, let's say, a financial regulation is likely not going to be in your priorities to look at. But looking at incidents from a trend perspective, predictively, will help you probably arrive at that strategy. That's included here. Yes. Yes, let's do that. Now, if we were to... Do you want to move ahead? If we were to implement the same process on the daily, we have captured here some of the salient pieces of that framework that need to be present in it, irrespective of the size, scale, and complexity of the organization, driving from the fundamental needs as set out by the principles and the best practices that we have seen across industry. The first point would be to look at creating an accountable and empowered data privacy office. As you might be aware, empowerment is the key word here, because one, accountability is as set out by the regulation, but empowerment is something that DPOs have to struggle for and almost earn in today's day and age. Assign accountable data privacy spokes across all data processing functions. One point that we are trying to drive here is creating data privacy champions network, because no matter how we go to 10 of your different business process organizations, probably the heads of those organizations, one level next to their organizations, no matter to what extent you do that kind of communication, privacy by design is going to be truly effective only if everybody that's touching data, everybody that's thinking, processing, moving data from point A to B is aware of the concept of privacy. Not just from an operational point of view, but as fundamentally a human right that might be impacting a data subject, and also something that can be brought into design as a differentiator for the product that they're building. So that kind of perspective needs to be shared, and that's where empowering individuals, identified individuals who are capable to do that across the network outside of the data privacy organization also helps. Yeah, I do that. We will not deal with the usuals that you already have information on, like the DSR, incidents, audit, etc. But, and in fact, data classification also. But third party is one of the risks that we see is evolving. Visibility into third party and importance of visibility into third party is very critical for controllers, not just from the point of accountability, but also from the point of improving the processes, because that's usually a blind spot. That's usually an area where you have very little control, but in the white paper, what we are trying to do, what we have attempted to do is to share some best practices on how to improve the perspective of what can be done to increase the visibility, better to simplify reporting, to improve trust, because trust is a central piece to managing some of this information. We usually get limited knowledge of what's happening on third-party front. We have limited visibility and access into what's happening there with our data, very loosely guarded by contracts, but it needs to happen from a more collaborative point of view, from a privacy by design perspective for it to be effective. If you have noticed some of the risk reports coming out for 2023, you would see that third-party risk for privacy is identified as something of a red spot globally. And this is a very cohesive approach that we are attempting to capture here. So effectively, what we would aim to do here, and what we are attempting to conclude in the paper, is also to make sure that the framework is there, like Jagan mentioned, a very practical view of something that you can take away to your organizations and apply. And we have got some testimonials of people who have looked at it already and said, we are happy to go and use this in our organizations, in the existing business processes. So that's what we would urge you to do also. We are hoping that we would be able to circulate this to all of you. But while Jagan covers the rest of the sections of the paper, one of the requests that we would also have is for you to come forward and interact with us on how you would like to enrich your Privacy by Design program, and if there is any pointers that you would like us to see added into the model so that it can be more practical than it currently is envisioned to be. Thank you. Back to Jagan.
Thanks much, Ashwati. You've covered quite a bit of what I wanted to cover as well. So, well, Ashwati covered how we implement privacy by design from a business perspective and operationalizing it, right? So I'm just going to give you a very, in the interest of time, I'm going to give you a real quick peek into how do we implement technology, as well as what kind of PETs you can use, privacy enhancing technologies, because that's very important to start adopting as the organization grows and as we get bigger. It's important to invest in PETs rather than keeping all your frameworks in an Excel and try to figure out what you have to do. Okay. So technology enablement, again, laundry list of activities we have put in. A few that I would like to pick up on is adopting a strong authentication methodology, right, which is very important when it comes to privacy by design. Well, enforcing data classification and labeling, because when you look into PETs, if you have a strong classification and labeling mechanism, you can tie it up with a strong DLP tool, which will enhance your privacy posture in your organization. And adopting binary representation and adopting aggregation wherever necessary, because we are, as an industry, I think it's an industry problem, right? We love data and we don't like to delete data. We want to see data as is, right? So an example I can give you from a binary representation is, let's say you want to collect the gender. So have another table which has 1 equals male, 2 equals female. And then your master database should have Jagan 1, Ashwati 2, right? So that way you will ensure the data segregation is maintained, and also ensure the binary aspect is taken into account to have better protection guidelines. And adopting aggregation and anonymization is another key, because it's always good to have aggregated data published rather than detailed data, as well as anonymizing at source, especially when you don't need additional data. Right, so those are the few things that I would want to pick up on. Secure data transfer. I think that's another thing that I want to touch upon, because a lot of us are used to just sending data over emails, right? Be it even payroll vendors, for that matter of fact. Most of our organizations use third-party payroll vendors, and then you will have your payroll team actually transferring personal data over an email, right? And it's so easy to breach. Okay, so use more secure transfer mechanisms and so on. Encryption, we have a very lengthy, we've covered it in length. I don't want to talk about it now, because then I will go on talking about it and you will go on asking me questions about it. So it's an interesting topic, of course. We have used different analogies. If you look at the paper, there's a lot that we have covered on technology and PETs. What I want to emphasize on is using PETs is very, very important as we grow as an organization and as we collect more and more data. Okay, few PETs is discovery tools because again, data is an industry problem, right? As well as data is the new oil. We don't know where our data is, right? So discovery tool, an appropriate discovery tool can enable understanding where your data spread is, as well as map to your classification and labeling to know how to protect your data. Lifecycle management, which looks into data privacy principles, and the new DPDP also talks about data retention. Lifecycle management is very, very important, and a PET is very beneficial when you look at lifecycle management for structured and unstructured data. You don't need to talk about unstructured data because it's an ocean by itself, right? It's not possible to understand where your unstructured data is very easily. So a PET and using technology is really, really essential in such scenarios. Okay. A few aspects that I've got out is hashing algorithms, data clean rooms, de-identification. These are something that you can read about in our paper as well as other areas. I mean, there are a lot of articles about it. These are new terminologies that are being used in the recent past, especially when you want to share data with third parties, right? Use a hashing algorithm so that you are actually having an identifier attached to the personal data that you're sharing, and the identifier is shared. The third party will be able to see only the identifier, whereas the processing can happen outside of the identifier without identifying the person as it is. Marketing, there's a lot hashing that is used. Payroll data as well can adopt hashing. And automate data minimization and retention. I think that's a very important thing. Like I said, it's an industry problem. You cannot deal with it in a manual fashion, right? I mean, you need automation, you need to invest in PETs. Again, there are lots that we have talked about. The paper will give a very clear perspective. I just want to touch upon these two examples. We have put in two illustrations, one using for processing marketing data and another one for processing employee data, right? Because we felt these two data segments are very diverse, and also looking at privacy itself is very different from these two, right? Employee data, there's so much of special category data or sensitive personal data that we may collect. Whereas marketing data, it's more to do with, though it is as simple as email IDs, phone numbers, and it can get into intrusion into their privacy spaces, right? I mean, by spamming and so on and so forth. So that's the reason we chose these two, and of course, we will extend this to industry segmentation as well. And of course, we expect to evolve this into all data segments and as the paper evolves. But the overall principles of the structure of the paper will remain the same. The implementations will change. Okay. There are two illustrations on marketing data. One is with the 7 foundational principles, and another with the structure of the paper, right? Business operations and technology. A quick rundown, being proactive and reactive. Again, I will not quote all these scenarios here. I will just pick one or two of them. Identifying the appropriate lawful base, because to process marketing data, you need to know what lawful base you are adhering to. Implement a consent management framework. That's very, very important for marketing data, processing marketing data. Many of you may know that people do scrape data, right? Third parties they sell databases. So it is very important to understand where did they get the data from, right? Most of them use scraping, right? There are a lot of case laws, classic cases, Clearview AI, where the AI algorithm has used pictures of individuals which was freely available, right? But privacy laws very clearly call out that it might be freely available. Freely available means you can go and see it, but you can't use it. If you have to use it, you have to take additional consent, right? Even ChatGPT has got into trouble on the same grounds in Italy, Canada, and so many other jurisdictions. So there are a lot of case laws on that. So those are things that you need to be wary of. So implementing an appropriate consent management framework, ensuring data processing agreements are bound by these clauses, and adopt a procedure on how to act and manage incidents. I mean, these are very important aspects that, again, like I said, I will not talk about all these. We can speak for the entire day if you let us do that. But just to give you a view. That was the first foundational principle, being proactive and not reactive. The second foundational principle is implementing things by default. So what you need to have by default right? Adopting a preference management system, and do not collect more information than what you need. In fact, very recently, I was signing up for a event like this, and they asked me for my date of birth. Why do they need their date of birth? But this was from Government of India, right? So I didn't register, and I just walked in, yeah. And I told them that this is not the right way. You're talking about data privacy, and you can't be asking for my date of birth. So they had a reason, of course, but and then even the big fours, I push back on the big fours because they ask you for your phone number. They make it mandatory. Why do you need my phone number for me to register to an event? You have my email ID. That's good enough, right? So those are the practices that you need to build into. Okay, so what are the things that you can put by default? And how do you ensure you embed certain things into design? When you're actually building a particular platform, you can look into how what you need to put in. One point I want to mention here is, especially for talking about marketing data, it is a practice that each sales guy will have his own database, his or her own database. So having a centralized database is a very, very important aspect by design, so that not because you may have multiple copies, because let's say if a DSR request comes in, you will be deleting it from one database and the other database will not get deleted. So you will again be sending information from the other database. So the laws are very stringent on these counts. So it's important that you have one database and all communication goes up. Okay. And then positive sum, not zero sum, to look at it from a holistic view. End-to-end security, I can spend 2 days on this, right? On what to implement from a security perspective from when it comes to privacy by design. And ensuring visibility and transparency and expecting user privacy, right? Letting the user have the control of their privacy posture. That's what it means. And like I said, the same illustration when it comes to business process, operations, and IT systems, because our paper talks about it, what we can do from a process perspective, operationalizing that particular process, and enabling technology using PETs. So that's what we have covered. Very extensive. Our next steps are to complete the paper. We're almost there to complete paper after we are done with certain feedback. Then submit the paper for review, which is what I was seeking for when we started the conversation. We would like volunteers to review the paper and give us input so that we can make the paper more robust and more user-friendly, more industry-friendly to be adopted. And the illustrations, we want to take it industry-specific illustrations as well. While we have restricted ourselves to marketing and employee, we want to take it to the industry specifications as well. That brings us to the end. I just want to show you the paper, just a brief look, because I don't want you all to think, okay, these guys are talking about a paper, but is it 1 page or actually 2 pages? What is it? Or do they really have one? So for evidence sake, real quick, I won't run down the paper, but I just want to show you the crux of the paper. So if you don't mind, please, can you share the paper? There's a lot of effort, believe me, there's a lot of effort that we have put in. So our intention was for the industry to use it, right? It's not just a paper to talk about what privacy by design is, to somebody to be able to, again, disclaimer, the pictures that are there on the paper are not copyrighted or this one. So please don't use these pictures. I just used it to give it a better presentation. How do I roll down? Is it, oops. Oh my God. Can you do a page by page? Just, you can't do that here? Yeah, the way we started is, of course, the introduction and then keep going down. You don't need to stop, but slowly. Yeah, yeah, a little faster. So we made a lot of references to articles that we have read and primarily the laws that we are talking about. Don't stop, keep going, right? So you see GDPR Article 25, which talks about privacy by design. And then US, the CCPA also makes a reference. Brazil, so ISO is coming up with a new standard. So all these references have been made. And then, yeah, we speak about what is privacy by design from a holistic view, the lawful basis of processing, the foundational principles of privacy by design, as well as the pillars of data privacy processing principles. Go. Don't stop, yeah, just keep going. Do page down. Don't, no, do page down. All right, and then we look into page down. Yeah, don't stop. 1 second gap. Yeah, keep doing that. Yeah. So we looked into the explain the 7 principles of processing, foundational principles. You don't stop. Okay, I'll only do that. leave. Yeah. Yeah, and then if you look at this, this is what Ashwati was talking about. How do we look at is it business goal driven versus risk driven, collaboration driven? Okay, cool. So we made a reference to that. Then we started this is where the real paper starts on how we are looking at privacy by design, giving it a brief, and then detailing out all those points that we spoke about in each of those slides, from operationalizing it to business process to building in technology. This is what I was talking about, technology. If you look at it, go a little more down. Yeah, if you can pause a little there. Ashwati, if you can go up a bit. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's right. So we're looking at, no, further down. Yeah, looking at authentication. See, if you look at it, we are actually listing down what you can do for strong authentication. It's just not saying have a strong authentication, right? Having a strong password policy, avoid social media, have multi-factor authentication, secure single sign-on mechanisms, force password expiration, implement force lockdown, and so on and so forth. We are actually prescribing what you can do to have better authentication. You can go down. Yeah, similarly, you look at PETs, you can come down. Yeah, you look at PETs, we speak about data discovery tools. Why are we talking about data discovery tool? How will it benefit us? Data lifecycle management tools, how will it benefit us as an organization? If you can invest in consent management, very important aspect, cookie management, and then we speak into subject rights management, having an automated subject rights management benefiting us. And then, of course, reading materials. Encryption, I think we have covered it in a fairly detailed in length. And there's some very good documents on encryption that we can actually refer to, which we have also called out as reference points. And federated learning, differential policies, and so on and so forth. These are all PETs and technology scenarios that you can use. Data segregation, right? Anonymization, pseudonymization, unique techniques like de-identification, tokenization, data minimization. So, like I said, our objective was for organizations to take this and be able to use it, right? And then can we just switch to that marketing thing which I just spoke about? 1.5 minutes, not more than that. Yeah, no, then the other. Okay, this one, this is the marketing illustration that we spoke about, right? While we saw the points listed there, we actually brought down how we should implement privacy by design for marketing, thinking of how to implement consent management, how to have, you can go down, Ashwati. Yeah, from here we have used the 7 foundational principles. How can you be aligned with the 7 foundational principles and what you need to do for being more proactive, what you need to do by design, what you need to do by default, and so on and so forth. So that's how we have looked at it. So there's a lot of work. I hope you have seen it. So it's approximately around 45 pages that we have put in each document. So we would we would want to invite participants or leaders to come and validate, review, criticize, share input so that we can make this a good working product so that DSA can actually take it to forums and next level, and so that organizations can actually benefit from this, especially with DPDP coming. Like I said, you can actually benefit from this and elevate your privacy posture and be a lot more compliant. Yeah, can we take questions? I've completely run out of time, but if you can ask me the question, I'll probably answer it later. All right. I'm sorry? Yeah. Yeah, it's part of the paper, yeah. Yeah. I won't open it again, otherwise he'll throw me out of the room. All right. So thank you very much for your time. I know we really rushed through this, but we just wanted to ensure that we show the work that we have done. And thanks to my team for putting this whole thing together. There's a long way to go, and we are only trying to make it better and better. Right? Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We have time for only one question. So if anyone has a quick question.
Anybody? No?
Yeah.
All right, thanks for the compliment. Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to check, have you also covered aspects in relation to developing privacy by design at the product development phase?
Well, thank you for that question. Yes, we did think about it. Like I said, this is the framework at this point in time, right? With a practical framework, right? Which can be taken to products. Now, for example, especially when you can choose what you want to take, what you cannot take. An example I can give you is, let's say you're building a particular product for a let's say a loan system, right? You have consent management there. You have cookie preference management. You have data minimization that comes into picture. You have storage limitation, and then you have your encryption methodologies. You can use so many of these aspects to this one. But to further answer your question in a more detailed way, that's what Ashwati was referring to. The industry-specific examples will actually address your particular point of view. So, yeah, she also wants it.
So from an operationalization point of view, what we have mentioned in the data in the paper speaks to the life cycle of data, which is agnostic of the product. So even if you're trying to implement a privacy program or trying to build a product or a service or coming out with particularly, let's say, a showcase of a certain technology, it should be usable. So it's agnostic and it's a framework level at this stage, like Jagan mentioned. But when we build into the industry examples, we hope to be able to illustrate the approach plus the salient points that we mentioned and build that into a much more of a detailed response plan that you can like copy paste or,
Now, just to add to what Ashwati said, the marketing example and the employee data processing example actually addresses that. If you read the marketing illustration, it will tell you how to implement, right? So implementing a consent management, implementing, again, all those aspects, it will actually tell you how to do that. So which is where we want feedback from the ecosystem to guide us, help us to take it to the next level. And I think the industry illustrations will really address a lot of scenarios. Yeah. Srini, oh my God.
You presented most of it very well. It is quite exhaustive actually. The examples given, all of these can get into a book. You can write a book out of it possibly.
Wow.
If you add more. So much of content is there. I've not gone through. But few things I think are important is in privacy by design, there are two broad areas to look at. Actually, it is an approach.
Right.
It's not an initiative. It's not a solution for some snake oil. So it is an approach which companies have to take to see that privacy is not an afterthought, but it is by design. In fact, from the concept stage, it has to be built. And for which you have to see that in the organization, the culture is to take this as right from the requirements elicitation, right, design with the stakeholders. Stakeholders are not just inside your CIO, CTO, or CMO. It's also about end users, customer survey feedback, marketing survey feedback, right? All the responses, incidents, you mentioned about incidents, governance in the past. So all these inputs systematically have to get into the design considerations. And one of the big consideration you have to keep, which is stark contrast to security by design. Many of you would have seen security by design also, is that in security, the kind of anomalies that we come across are pretty much standard. Because we know that there is an unknown enemy there, the other side. We all, at that machinery of the organization is looking at that enemy and we have to defend ourselves, right? We know the standard defects which come, SQL injection, all the stuff. And we have most of the technology tools available which can tell the developer this is a problem, right? But in privacy, the defects are not same.
Standard, yeah.
The understanding is different. For somebody, data minimization, collecting data at what granularity level? Coarse or fine? Geolocation, would you stop at a locality? Should you look at the exact precise house address? That will depend on the use case, depends on your risk appetite. What's your strategy towards looking at data? Do you want to make money out of data? Or you think its data is there, I want to just make sure we are compliant, right? There's no right answer. Which one? Each company has their own strategy. So one of the important consideration is privacy strategy. And that strategy will differ from each organization. And we cannot blame privacy engineers for a fallacy in the strategy, I think Nishant also covered that aspect, that strategy is the key thing and it will differ for all nations. There is no one answer. And that has to be embedded to entire process, life cycle process. And then comes the strategies of privacy, which are next level, which are about like minimization, which are pretty much same as GDPR principles, right? Data related, governance related strategies, hide, separation, obfuscate. You got into more detail, but at a course level, there are 8 of them. If you look at NIST framework or there's a German framework, NIST German or similar. So that's how I think we should look at. So there are technology considerations. Before that, the approach. Both need to come out very strongly. You have everything, but maybe some differentiation can be brought in that, and also how you embed into organization, which roles will play. Is it engineers will play a role? You're expecting DPO to play the role? Very difficult, because most DPO teams are very lean. I came to know that DPO teams are 2, 3, 5, 10. Even global companies don't have big 2.5, 3.5 also. So you cannot expect them to be sitting with the engineers to do it. So I think you mentioned about some virtual team or some roles, right? So that is important. That how to embed it culturally and also equip them. And where is the difference between a DPO and a privacy engineer? DPO does come only in the evaluation, testing, compliance, stamping, certification. But cultured, matured organization, the engineers need to do their job. So PIA, when you do DPO's job, it comes down. The defects are less, the rework will be less. That's how the success of a program would be, I think.
Absolutely, Srini. Thanks.
I'm no
so much.
authority, I just gave my views.
No. Absolutely wonderful points, because 3 key points came out which we should implement. One is, of course, our introduction is fairly very simple and light, which is where we can implement the privacy by design culture, how to embed privacy by design culture. And then we can have another section within the white paper talking about the engineering aspect. I think how to implement these practices into engineering, how to make that inculcate into the overall organizational culture. Probably that's 2 things that we can really embed into it right away. I mean, the top of my mind aspect.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just to our employee illustration is a lot more detailed than the marketing illustration, where we talk about collecting sensitive personal data. When looking at the laws, for example, simple scenario could be diversity data collection. Right? Certain jurisdictions allow, certain jurisdictions doesn't allow. Certain jurisdictions allow but anonymized. Certain jurisdictions allow but limited. So on and so forth. So how do you implement that using privacy by design as a holistic view? That also covers that. So I think the employee one will be a lot more interesting than the marketing one. Not that marketing one is diluted, but it is also equally interesting, but just 2 different flavors. All right. I guess I should be done with my questions. Thank you so much, everyone. Again, thank you, team, for putting this together.
I thank the Privacy by Design SIG for giving us such detailed, actionable takeaways. So thank you so much. You really set the tone for the presentation series. So up next, we have the presentation by the Employee Data Privacy SIG. Our esteemed speakers, who are experts in the realm of employee data privacy, will now unravel the complexities and best practices in this critical area. So without further delay, let's turn our attention to the Employee Data Privacy SIG. I request you to take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Fabulous job of putting that together, and somebody coming from a sales and marketing organization, which what you just mentioned. I mean, I would be the first user of it. So thanks a lot. That was a great presentation. So hello everyone. My name is Abha Tiwari. I work for Renault India, the sales and marketing division. The subject that we have today to share with all of you is right to privacy of employees. So we tweaked that a bit and we said, let's cover right to privacy at workspace, and let's see how it evolves. My team comprises of Aditya, Shivangi, and Anisha from DSCI, and of course my colleague. So all the creativity that you will see on the screen today is thanks to her. The data, the pictures that we have taken is purely for academic reasons. Please do not take it, please do not publish it. And having said that, we come back to the topic, which is right to privacy at workspace. And I think The subject is so critical, and I must have all your attention. It affects all of us in individual capacities, in professional capacities. So, how our approach was, how do we what is workspace? What are employees? And data subjects, anyways, have right? Under the global privacy laws, they have all the right to figure out what is happening with their personal data. Why do we need something specifically for employees? Or why do we even need something particularly for workspace? So then we went a little bit into the literature, into the jurisprudence to understand how have the employees or how have the workers, and there the definition changed. For a commercial gain, beginning from industrial revolution, that continues today and hopefully it'll go on. So whenever there is a trade of skill, knowledge for commercial gain, and in these events, the parties negotiating the terms of service are not on the equal footing. Point one. Point two, during this negotiation, if there are no guardrails drawn by a body which has power on both these two, that is the on the workspace or the workspace provider and those who are giving in their skills, right? If those guardrails are not drawn, then it is very difficult because somebody who's economically benefited out of this, and this is something that drives the livelihood, it has an impact on the fundamental rights if we go by the constitution, in which case, and looking at the jurisprudence, not everybody is going to take a a judicial approach to get it redressed. This is why it becomes all the more important to understand the risks and gains of how it has evolved over a period. We tried seeing, okay, so what were the measures that could have been seen as privacy intrusive? And I will keep all other debates around labor laws and all of that out. We'll just talk about privacy subjects. So then we got a bit into it and we realized that there has been some sort of moral policing, if I say that, where it says, so in one of the auto companies in the US back in 1930s, 1940s, they said that since the productivity is going down, let's bring up something. Let's raise the wages at a condition that people at a certain age should be married. People at a certain age should be, they shouldn't have been committed of a crime. They should have been like a lot of things that goes beyond the realms of the workspace. It was accepted because that's how the societal or the cultural norm has developed. Does it happen today? Allow me to share an example with you. Very recently, one of the retail companies, not in India, was penalized by the data privacy authorities in Europe because the managers would have casual conversation with the employees, gather data about them. So people on the floor could be subcontractors, could be through vendors, etc. They would gather data. They would identify, okay, this is their religious belief. All right, they need so much of medical leaves. And this data what eventually used to sort of anticipate what is the likelihood of this employee being productive, being efficient. All of them in another vein have no relevance to the competency or no relevance to the workspace. And so what I wanted to share with you is that it continues. Form and formats, we will look at it, right? So we also had, now having understood the whole background and the area where we were about to swim in, we realized that it couldn't have happened without some of our friends or colleagues in the industry who have a lot of understanding on how the workspace works, who have had certain challenges. So we spoke to a lot of them. They gave us good insights. Basis that we are developing, we've developed a paper, which is, we'll show you the snapshot of the paper too. We will take you through the life cycle in the workspace. Nevertheless, as Jagan has already has also shared this with you, and I copy that from him, please help us, share your feedbacks. We will circulate the paper so that we are able to bring in a lot more things which probably we would have missed or probably we would have not covered as yet. Let's go to the presentation, few cases. And if you have already, no offenses to the countries, no offenses to the states, political situations, all of that, just to give you a snapshot of what actually has been happening. A lot of you may already know this. So in this case, one of the entities, they deployed a surveillance software, and it wouldn't be out of place to say that with COVID-19 kicking in and a lot of us going on hybrid model, there was this sudden surge in the surveillance softwares. There was this productivity mania which had set in. And this is all about seeing who's doing what. It is okay to identify who's doing what in a certain context, but if that is used to make a decision about that individual, like to predict efficiency and productivity of the person, to say who's supposed to be the next in the line of being fired, or to say who's supposed to be next in the line of being promoted, these are speculations, and speculations are very dangerous. We have another case where keystrokes were monitored. So our keystrokes on the screen, on the system, or if this data is, say, gathered, stored somewhere in the servers, there are some analytics that are run, basis that a decision is made, how fair will that be? We had one of them tracking the geolocation, and if the geolocations were not appropriate, the workers were were nudged to take the right direction. Likewise, excessive records being maintained, something which is not relevant to the workspace, and cameras being installed by another entity to say that if you smile, the meeting room door opens, and that makes the workspace happy. I leave it to you for further understanding. Well, we still have a business to protect, all of us. We know that with all that we have said, all that has come up, surveillance, softwares, all of that, we have a business interest to protect. The business interest is that the database on which we work as employees, as subcontractors, as interns, consultants, this is the proprietary information of the organization. In simplest of terms, if there is a breach, the organization can pay heavily, can be held liable. So organization obviously has to be empowered to deal with it. Let's say there is a scuffle on the shop floor, or there is a mob that gets inside. We all want our employers to protect it, to keep it safe. Also, in a lot of instances, we want CCTVs, footages to be given so that the investigations could be fair, right? Now, again, the obligations on the employer. Digital workspaces, like we said, the most preferred mode of communication. Let's just get on the Teams and exchange, or Google Meet, or Zoom, or however. So the definition of workspace has changed. It is not just we coming to the office, doing the work, going back. No, it has changed. And lastly, they also have to plan the workforce versus the workload. At the end, there is a business at risk. So these are some of the major reasons why we see that on one hand, we talk about the conflict, that the conflict is between right to privacy of workers versus the potential business interests at risks. And this is where the conflict arises. Who are the stakeholders of this ecosystem? The employee, of course. And when I say employee here, it is somebody with who we have the employee-employer engagement. Somebody who's responsible to file the taxes, somebody who's responsible to, discharge their obligations under the statute. We have those who associate with us for a short term, for a project. These are interns. And interns could be working on a lot of subjects. We might end up giving a background reference to say, all right, they did this work for us. There's a likelihood that their likes of there could be published in form of papers or projects that they've been associated with. We have contractors, and this model has really developed over the last few years, where we have some of these organizations who have the employee-employee relationship, but then they end up sending their workers to another organization. So technically, the employer-employee relationship does not come into existence in those organizations. Nevertheless, there is a lot of personal data that gets processed, that gets collected and processed. We have, most importantly, the gig workers. Now, there is a lot of debate going on across the jurisdictions in Europe, in USA, including India. We have a suit quite recently in Netherlands where a cab hailing services, the workers of that were held to be employed, to be held to be falling in the category of employees. You might ask me, why do we even have to work? Why do we have to even bring them here? The reason is that these are again that category of workers who do not fall in the definition of employees, who do not fall in, like they're usually said, if you look at a contract governing them, it'll say independent partners. But do they have the probability, do they have the ability to negotiate it? And when we're talking about digital platforms which are algorithmic black box, it has been universally accepted. So we also bought in bit around gig workers to say the economy is, this is going to grow and we have to have some guardrails around this. We have the third parties. And these third parties, again, could be suppliers, could be manpower through them, could also include your consultants, could also include your extension, say your sister concerns or anybody, any other organization or individual who are sort of subject matter experts. Then we have, yes, the consultants who in their individual capacity could be looped in, who could again come from various walks of life. So this broadly is the ecosystem of workspace. It starts with the new applicants and it goes on till the exit. When we say new applicants, if we have to again trace the whole journey of how they come in the system. Right. So the chart that we have prepared, the journey that we have prepared is, when we say pre-employment, it is pre-engagement. And we emphasize a bit on employment because in the employment phase, a lot goes. For example, a CV could be sourced through a third-party job portal, could be sourced through LinkedIn or consultants, third-party consultants, or this data could also land up on your website, which is through your career and opportunities page, and a lot of data flows in. With the new regulation coming in, DPDP, which says that employer, this is legitimate uses, which says employer can process the personal data for the purpose of employment, and in these cases, consent may not be required. It goes on to say, in the interest of protecting the IPR, trade secrets, know-how, or to prevent a corporate espionage. Which means this gives a wide power to the policy making or at the strategy level of every organization where they are balancing out these interests. The interest where what is the extent of autonomy or control that the worker has on their personal data versus what can be taken away by the employer. So when we again go back to the pre-engagement stage, when this employer-employee relationship does not come into existence, you still have to comply with your DPDP requirements or otherwise, and we'll also see what could be the harms of the technology going forward. At this stage, what we have given a list of recommendations. So we say, let's say the data is coming in from a consultant, from a third party. So third party should be making certain information necessarily provided to the data subject so that data subject is able to make informed decision. We had some concerns which came from the industry which said, sometimes it is not possible for us to disclose because it could be a key leadership profile where it is not feasible for us to tell that we are going to hire the CEO of XYZ company. So how do we do it then? In those cases, what we've recommended that strip the identifiers, personal identifiers as long as feasible. If not, then the candidate has to be informed so that the candidate can make informed decisions. And as soon as feasible, depending upon the stage at which you are. So, pre-engagement, you will have the CV shortlisting, then, there could be like various rounds of discussions that could have between various people in the organization. So when you say that, all right, this is progressing to a certain stage where we can share some information, it is mandatory to be shared. Not to forget that if a data subject at that stage, because this engagement, the employment engagement has not come in picture. So if a data subject chooses to exercise the right of deletion, then it has to be deleted from wherever the data was, whoever the data was provided to. Many a times we have seen that entities tend to store data because they say this is the data pool and we are likely to go back and we could relook at it and hire for further references. In those cases also the candidate must know where the data is. Right? Then we come to the shortlisting stage. And so a very important subject that we have covered here in the shortlisting stage is that we have seen that there is a trend of some sort of AI-backed tools to be deployed by organizations in order to screen out candidates. We also know that in 2022, so there's this lawsuit which is pending settlement before FTC. It's been filed against iTutor, and then they're likely to settle it for about 4 lakh US dollars, because knowingly, unknowingly, this tool ended up discriminating with candidates who were above a certain age. Now, apparently, this was not part of the training. Apparently, this was not necessity of that. Another organization had abandoned their tool, which they felt that this could probably erase bias, but instead of erasing bias, it ended up discriminating. So how does this discrimination happen? What we've understood from the industry experts, they say a lot depends on the training data set. But again, in that training data set, if you have representation only from a certain gender, only from a certain race, only from a certain ethnicity, then it is still likely it could happen. A lot of them deployed it, but so about 67 to 75% of the respondents who were part of a survey which was carried out by a human resource organization, they said that it was found discriminatory. So what do? Do we just say that, okay, shortlisting is not feasible? No, shortlisting is feasible. Deployment of technology is not something that we vote out. But what we emphasize is that when the technology is deployed, and that's something that we propose in the recommendations, we have to be mindful of the objective in proportion to the fact that it should not end up. So there's a strong human oversight which is required. And human oversight, and this should be such that you're able to identify all sort of biases that can get in. Another example, in one of the incidents, what had happened is that when a human is reviewing a CV, they are more likely to correlate whether there's a link between, or there's what could be the efficiency that the candidate would bring. The tool may not do that. So, and we'll show you an example how human resource can never be undervalued. Then we have successful candidates. Most of the files becomes the personal record, which is carry forwarded by the organization. We have the list of the unsuccessful candidates, where we recommend that the data should be deleted. Again, more the data, bigger the risk. An informed decision that needs to be made by the organizations. In successful candidates, we have a lot of data. We'll have something called background verification that could be done. Sometimes there could be some litigations going on, somebody accused of some, say, property embezzlement, fraud embezzlement. And these could be very relevant to making the decision whether the person should be on integrity and ethics and all of that. But how long do you keep the data? Again, are you able to establish a basis? This is something that we give in the recommendation. Are you able to establish a basis? Will you be required to defend it in the law? If yes, keep it. If no, if you keep it, then you have to make sure that the measures are proportional. Right. Then we come, now our employment stage, we've come till the engagement stage. Engagement stage, where we have lot of data gets processed. Beginning with the personal data, where do you live? What is the alternate number? You have to be provided with, say, an insurance support. You have to, you're constantly, your appraisal. There is a thought about you. Just this morning when we were having this discussion, we have an opinion, and an opinion is a personal data, for sure. So, all through where the personal data gets collected, including your financial for the purposes of taxes, or your personal data for the purpose of, or the work hours, for example. Work hours are proportional to the entitlements, the leave entitlements. So this is necessary to be kept by the organization. However, to what extent do we have to, so if you say, let's say we are working in a nuclear facility and absolutely not top-notch sensitivity or a critical mission. You can put a biometric, or a CCTV, where you are able to justify that there is a proportionality. This data or this sort of tool or this sort of technology is required to be embedded in order to meet a certain objective. We do not have another method that could be considered less intrusive. Even in those cases, if the methods are transparent, if they are communicated to the data subject or to the employees to say, look, this is what we do and this is why we do it. So I've had a lot of our industry friends sharing that we end up taking a lot of, we have developed applications So we tell them to mark their applications over their mobile phones. We track their geolocations. So if they're not there in the office, then we know that they're not there in the office. Now look at it. The attendance has been marked by an application and the geolocation is being tracked. You ask them, is the employee aware that the geolocation is being tracked? No. Right? You might ask me, so what is the risk? At the end of the day, you are proposing that it has to be a risk-based approach. You're saying that it is not wrong for an employer to do it. It's not wrong. But the fact is, will you be able to rely on that basis in order to make a decision about that individual when you've not informed it? Do you think a lawsuit coming or lawsuit following will could say it is intrusion into my privacy? You never said that you are also tracking the geolocation. This is why we recommend that the more transparency, the more communication, the better acceptance the organization would have in terms of being able to secure their property, at the same time not have, avoid the risk of disgruntled employees. Right? And yeah, so if there are likewise productivity or efficiency ratios, they have to be done. We are a business organization, efficiencies have to be tracked. But do they also have the ability to log out of it? So we had those geolocation trackers which were put in certain vans. Now, once they're off work, we should be in a position to switch it off because that is off work. But do they have that? Have they been sensitized? Are they aware of it? Right? Then we come to the post-engagement. Now, post-engagement is, let's say there's a leadership role where there's a resignation or a cessation of association. It can lead to a lot of speculation, including within the teams. There could be speculation about people leaving the organization. What is important is that transparently disclose the information as much as little as required, which is just sufficient to meet the objective. We take a couple of examples in the guideline that we are working on. Also, what happens is that many a times you have a lot of pictures that are put up, a lot of photos that are posted on the website. Now, these are all personal data. So once the person has ceased, once the person ceases to associate with the organization, there could be a rational decision which may have to be made together with the employee. So you might say, as on 2018, there was an event, and if we are putting up a poster of that event, no, there's nothing wrong with that. As on 2018, that was the right poster to be put up. But as on 2023, do you still need that photograph on the website to say that this is my leadership or this is my team in your internet spaces and all? Better to do it, better to remove that. In any case, the data subject will have the right because then they cease to be the employees. But from a risk standpoint, it is better to delete that. Then we have like the notes that are prepared during the interview in order to say whether this, you're seeing a lot of candidates and you end up making notes and you say that, okay, this candidate was right, this candidate. Appraisal records that are kept of that employee. So how long do you have to keep that appraisal records if there are notes put up? How long do you have to keep? So these records are after the employee has ceased to exist, after this engagement has come to an end. How long do you have to keep? In what format it has to be kept? Who all have to have access to it? Also, with this, the email IDs. How long do you have to keep the email IDs active? Who can have access to that? Let's say there are key customers or certain data that flows into that system. If you shut that system that very day, probably that was the only point of contact. So while the employees or the candidates' access to that ID ceases, but we still propose that there should be a possibility under strict measures, on strict oversight, you should be able to keep it for a certain period, depending upon your proportionality of your need and the criticality of the position. Now, another interesting topic with data processing that happens at third parties. So a lot of organizations, very basic payroll data that is always outsourced in a lot of organizations. You have all these events that happen, fun engagement, employee programs, contracted we all have that. Now, a lot of personal data is outsourced. If you look at DPDP, it clearly says that the data fiduciary, which is the organization which is determining the means and purpose of processing, remains responsible. So once again, we have placed a lot of emphasis on the fact that there must be a valid contract. Not just that, along with that valid contract, there must be a possibility of ensuring that you're able to define your legal basis, you're able to assess the organization where this data is outsourced for processing. If on the second point, if the obligations are not clearly defined, rights and obligations are not clearly defined, it could be very difficult to interpret whether the data processor, because if there is a breach or if there is an overstepping, you would want to take them to court. And before you would want to take them to court, you would want to evaluate your contract of how well you have structured them. Define the data life cycle that is entrusted onto the processor. Ensure a right of audit. Along with that. People who are working on this data, who have access to this data, ensure that they have signed appropriate non-disclosure agreements wherever required in order to protect the confidentiality of the data. And again, minimize the data just sufficient that the activity can be carried out. Because you could be the most robust organization, the data processor can end up breaching it. Deletion of data, very important. Once it is, so we face this challenge a lot of time because a lot of suppliers, a lot of processors end up saying that we cannot delete this data because it's been backed up wherever. And there are a lot of technical challenges that they face. A destruction from the server is not sufficient. It may have to be done from backup, it may have to be, and if they have involved some other sub-processors, etc., again, the data destruction has to be done. It should not get reprocessed. Coming on to the digital workspaces. You look at this, and a lot of you will be very familiar with it. This economy is likely, it was estimated to deploy about 7.7 million data subjects. It is likely to go to 23.5. This is the gig economy. Now, what happened? I'm sorry, something has happened on this. So, okay. Okay, so something happened. So gig economy, what we wanted to share with you is that this is going to be, so gig economy is likely to grow. So what we have again seen in multiple jurisdictions, and there have been lawsuits, so lawsuits in the sense that we have had challenges on or suits on discrimination, where the black box effect of the digital platforms is not really known to the worker. In consequence, some of them and most of them who define today, they say they're independent partners, they're independent contractors, a lot of KYC data is taken, but there's this black box in the algorithm and there's a black box outside of in the processing. Now, if these guardrails are not extended to them, then we have had incidents where, because the algorithm felt that this is not the same person who was logging in until yesterday, accounts have been logged out, people have been suspended, there have been discrimination in terms of what slots are open for who and when can they. So, and these are things that determine livelihood. Livelihood is again, essentially right to privacy is extension of right to life with dignity. It's a human right. And violation of a human right can have severe consequences. So we've dwelt a bit in the gig economy, where we have sort of given some recommendations to say how fair and transparent the processing can be without technically compromising on the business objective. We covered on the processing of former employees, interns, consultants, their data. In the recommendation, it is have a legal basis for processing always, ascertain the purpose that must be clear, minimize the storage and the retention period. Transparency leads to acceptance, and I think when we have conflicting interests, that is the best approach. Other recommendations, what we say is deleting or destruction of data. As we were just talking, it is not just deleting from the servers. You may have to look at the media where the data was perhaps stored. Behavior analytics and decision making, when these data comes in aggregated format, please remember that this data is going to have impact on a human right. And so this has either we are too short that there cannot be a bias or there's no bias, or there must be a human oversight. We bring to you and we say why you can never underestimate the power of human resource. Is this gentleman, he carried a lot of phones in a cart, went on a road, and Google Maps said the traffic is jammed. So it was all right. So I don't know if it really happened, but then you can never underestimate the power of human resource. Something that you see, the machine may not see. Most importantly, when we deploy biometric data. So this was a live experiment which was carried out and it was the German defense minister, the president of the European Commission today in 2014. She had shown her hand to the media, and this gentleman, this hacker, who was sitting feet or meters away, he took pictures of, and using a regular smartphone, and he was able to clone the biometric of her finger. And she said, and he demonstrated it live in a press conference. You may not have those visuals, they have been taken off, but you will have this incident recorded. The point that I wanted to drive to all of you is, I fully understand that passwords can be weak. I fully understand biometric is the best way to authenticate a system. But let me tell you this, you can replace password, you cannot replace biometric. Once it is lost, you have no idea, and we have no idea whatsoever we say about the harm that it can cause to individuals, to us. So let's be mindful of the risk before we take an approach towards using or towards resorting to an activity. With this, I've come to an end of my presentation. Thank you so much for being very, very, very supportive. Your feedback and your questions. Just if I may take 1 second more, just to show you that there is a product. And, okay, so it's here. Just some proofreading exercise going on. We want to bring in some more pieces. It's about currently 20 odd pages. So it's about 20 odd pages. We'll share it with you. We'll request your thoughts. Help us.
Hi. Very interesting presentation, and thank you so much for doing such a deep dive. So my question, I was going through this and this came to my mind. In the new bill, there is a visible deviation on the legitimate users' ground for processing, where previously marking of attendance and doing assessment of performance were included as a ground for processing for an employer. But now they have deleted those and made it very limited to keeping safeguarding the employer and the loss and liability, trade secrets, etc. Now, with this in mind, it seems like, and the second aspect is when you take consent from an employee, the balance of power is absolutely in favor of the employer, so that consent being freely given is very questionable. Now, as an employer, your grounds are very limited now, where attendance, etc., are not included. So, companies that take attendance through biometric, can they justify it by way of a consent? And if an employee disagrees, how do you see this panning out with the new law?
I would apologize in advance because this is a personal thought that I would like to share with all of you. I am not against biometric collection, but I'm mindful of the harm that it can cause. We can talk about 2 still pictures taken and with the help of generative AI, deepfakes created, and the loss that it can probably cause to human, compromising their dignity, life, causing irreparable damage. Now, my question to you is biometric marking of attendance the only marking of attendance? If yes, then we have no choice. All of us agree. But if no, then as a lawyer, as a privacy, somebody who stands for the right to privacy of data subjects, I would say, please resort to the less intrusive method. However, if you cannot justify, like I was saying, you're working in a nuclear facility and it is just not feasible, you have to have biometric, do it, but then ensure that your guardrails are up there, because the data that gets, if at all, collected, stored, processed, in that case, there is a severe risk. And this risk, you might pay the penalty to pay the penalty to whatever is prescribed, but then you will not go scot-free because you will also have to be answerable to the damage that you caused to the data subject. So unless you are prepared to answer all of that, try avoid it. If that answers your question or...
It's an exception. It's a legitimate use in any case.
But I would like to differ because in my company we do take consent of employees during hiring.
I'm not talking about what is or what is not. But as per the Act says this does not talk for consent.
Okay. So I have another question. And first of all, really very interesting presentation. Very nice research you have done. So thank you so much for making this elaborate session and very eye-opening for, I think, every one of us. But I have a question. Like in India, we have Payment of Wage Act 1936, and then we have DPDP, which came on 11th August. So that act says, 1936 Act says that certain records should be retained of employees by the employer even after termination for a set time.
Absolutely.
And then this DPDP is there. So what do you think, which act will prevail once an employee is is moving out from the company and the data is need to be retained? Because I have seen with my personal experience, I want to share that when I switched to one company, it happened that I deleted my entire mails in my personal mailbox, and I missed my. I also deleted my experience letter of my first company. So I reached out to my first employer and told them that this is my employee ID. Can you share my experience letter? They shared it. So I want to know, like after this DPDP, which act will prevail and how that records will be maintained?
Okay. So we don't usually say that just because there's a new act, all other acts will not stand. Even with DPDP, nothing violates any law, nothing violates the constitution. So yes, but where there is a legal obligation again. Now here the employer, the tax books can be opened for a period of 8 years, unless I'm missing something, for a period of 8 years. So if and this scrutiny can be like a deep scrutiny, and the employer would be required to present those papers, which is there. Or let's say, I come from an automotive industry, we sell cars. So we have data of customers, a lot of customers who've bought cars from us. Probably they're out of warranty also. Now I can't say that just because they're out of warranty, I am not going to keep this data for many reasons. Voluntary, like this recall guideline requires me to recall the car for a period of 7 years, which is far ahead of my warranty. Your RC is valid for 15 years, all private cars. So if I have to provide a service to you, then I cannot. I am bound by the law. I am required to give this. So I cannot overrule. So all employers, that is where they have to, with every data, there will be a different retention period. And when this retention period gets defined, there will be a lot of factors that will have to be considered. Considering that, this retention period should be, again, legal obligation, or if they have to establish a defense, somebody might come up and litigate. So they can't say I have no data, so I cannot go back. Somebody says it was wrongfully terminated. So if I have no data, I can't defend it. But to defend my interest, and this is something that I'll have to be answerable to as an employer. So your Payment to Wages Act, you have a definition, but then you also have these codes coming up. Let's see how the definition change in the industrial codes. And none of them are like, they will not override, they'll be read together. So when you are talking about personal data, it's here. If you're talking about retention period, let's see all other acts that can be brought forth.
No, retention period is any case an exception to erasure in the DPDP also.
It is, but how do you define a retention period? How long will you keep?
It will be as per the law that is
Exactly.
prevalent, like the payment of wages, like the income tax.
Absolutely. So just because we have this law does not mean that they will not apply. Thank you.
Owing to the paucity of time, we won't be able to take any more questions. Apologies in advance. And I think I speak on behalf of everyone present here today that The SIG did a fantastic job today on the presentation. So I really congratulate Abba ma'am and your team for, in fact, coming up with such engaging graphics, especially. It was amazing. So thank you again. So without further ado, we continue our exploration of the key thematic areas. And we now have the privilege of witnessing the Data Privacy Impact Assessment SIG's presentation. And without further ado, I now call upon Sadhana and Yukti to take the stage. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'll introduce myself. So, as part of the SIG working on DPIA, Sadhana and I would be presenting. And I am Yukti Sharma. I'm part of the Data Privacy Office for Piramal Group, and I head the Financial Services Initiative. So now we'll be doing this presentation in 3 parts, and the first part will be taken up by Sadhana.
Thank you. So thank you, Yukti, for introducing yourself. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us opportunity to have a presentation around the data protection impact assessment. I think this is one of the concerned topic that whenever one tries to work in the privacy domain, they come across this, that when they should conduct DPIA, what is DPIA, what is the purpose of doing a DPIA, what can be the prime consideration for conducting a DPIA. So with our research paper, we have tried to come up with all these questions that are answered. And we have also created a template which will give you a baseline template and which you can further build as per your organization's requirements. So I think we can move further. So as Yukti introduced herself, I manage privacy office for Credence Analytics, and it's a AIML based company. And yeah, so other team members are Andrew David, Ramesh Guram. They have not joined today, but yeah, they were important part of this SIG in completing this work product. So what we have done, we have researched through already existing different work products that are present in domain. We are not saying that our product is totally a new product, because DPI is being discussed every time. We cannot go without it in privacy domain. So yeah, we considered existing work products. We also did our research around the different data protection laws. Also, we considered DPDP Act 2023. It's not that we just added it because it got enacted on 11th of August. We started taking it into consideration the moment the bill was enacted, bill was there. So after that, so far our work product has close to like 25 pages. It's a white paper kind of product that we have created. And as I earlier mentioned, that it will cover basic questions that rise around the DPIA. So part one is about what is DPIA. So I would say that DPIA is somewhere around, comes at the intersection of project planning and data protection. So when both comes together, DPIA should be conducted. The prime focus for conducting any DPIA is to understand as a data fiduciary or as a data processor that when I'm processing a particular data, what will be the risk that might arise? What are the relevant data subject rights that are already given by my company to the data subjects from whom I have collected the data? And then also we have also considered the triggers that can make a company to do or conduct DPIAs, which can be like if some extensive data mapping is happening, or it is like profiling, automated profiling is need to be done. So at that time, DPIA should be like, I should not say should, one must conduct the DPI to find out what is the risk of that activity. Then inter and intra-country considerations. So for inter-country considerations, I would say we should consider about cross-border data transfers. Are there any international transfer related requirements that are there in the data protection laws? We should consider those. And when it comes to intra-country thing, then we should also consider about the social status. It might be possible that a particular data set is considered sensitive in a particular country, but not in the another country. So one should be mindful when they are conducting the DPI that what is the sensitivity level of that information in that particular country. Then frequency of the DPI, I would say whenever you are conducting or starting any project or doing any activity which includes lots of data processing, consider doing the DPIA. Also, I would suggest that for existing projects or existing activities, one should consider doing the DPIA at least on an annual basis if the risk is really high. Then yeah, and that also covers the continuous evaluation part. So I would say I will hand over this mic to Yukti for this second part of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Sadhna. Sadhna has kindly come and presented. She's suffered from an injury, so thank you so much for really making it today, and she's contributed immensely in the the paper which we are presenting. Um, so I wanted to sort of address the elephant in the room as to how will DPIA get impacted by the new law. And of course, this paper has been, we have been working on this for a while, and it does place a lot of reliance on the principles of GDPR. But having seen the letter of the law and it's out, I want to touch upon a little bit about how DPIAs now will differ, or the considerations which might be slightly different from GDPR. And I wouldn't say it's completely different, but I feel like GDPR is a wider umbrella, and under the new law, maybe we have to look at certain limited criteria. For the purposes of our paper, we have kept it very comprehensive so that, depending on where the organization is placed, you have the full laundry list of considerations. And then, you can decide on the applicable law as to which of these criteria you choose to include in your assessment as an organization. The paper itself, we've kept it very broad to not location specific considerations, more on principles. So I think, one of the way our group is working and thinking about this is that we keep it very interactive. In fact, last time when we had presented our first round, we got a lot of great feedback, from the participants, because everybody is, implementing this in their organizations, and there is so much to learn. So, I want to first sort of go through what we heard from the participants last time, and and I'll obviously cover the new law, how we're looking at it, and then we want to hear from you as to how we can incorporate more, or your experience, which we can sort of include in the paper. Um, so, the last time, one of the most important feedback which we got was impact of the law of the land. And there, of course, let's talk about the new bill. So here the new act. So the applicability is currently for significant data fiduciaries, and the DPIA principle have been, linked to rights of data subjects. So rights of data subjects under the Act are right to access information, right to, correct information and erasure of information. So in a right of grievance redressal and right to nominate, right? So these are the important rights. So when you are looking at a new process, what you need to think about is, will your rights get affected when you carry out that new process or activity? So the criteria of keeping data principles right as the center of your assessment is important. Second is assessment and management of risk to the data principle. I think assessment of risk has been widely discussed in GDPR, and GDPR gives you a very wide variety of risks which can, follow to the individuals, and we have created a list of those triggers where, when you look at a process, you see those triggers, and then you, as an organization, know that a DPIA is required. The second feedback which we got was that DPIAs should be conducted during the life cycle of a process. So, you start a new process, you do a DPIA, and then your box is ticked. But in our emerging tech and the way products are getting improved, the first product, and down the years the product changes. So DPIA should continue and be periodic to take into account the changes which are taking place. So that was one feedback which we got last time, and which we've incorporated in the paper. The second was regulatory risks and sector-specific requirements. So as a paper, we have kept it sector agnostic, but towards the end, every sector has specific requirements which need to be adhered to, and you are responsible to your regulators. So to that extent, in the template, we will be giving some examples of sector-specific requirements which might affect your assessment. And that could include, just for an example, restrictions around data being transferred, or certain specific security measures for particular category of data which is given by a regulator. And Sadhana covered this, when should the DPIA be done? I think that is very critical, because when you're developing a product, if the DPIA is done after it's already developed, then you're going to be reinventing the process if it doesn't meet certain criteria. So I think that assessment should begin along with the development of the product. So that is something which we have covered. In terms of factors, just, it's covered in detail in the paper, but I'll just touch upon the key factors for your benefit. I think one of the key factors is the volume of data, and I think even the new act recognizes that, and that's why it is compulsory for significant data fiduciaries. So when you're dealing with a large volume of data, which is also sensitive in nature, the DPIA becomes critical. The second is Just one sec. If you're doing activity which is with respect to profiling and predicting behavior, uh, in such types of processing, DPIA becomes essential, because then you have to look at the rights of the individuals and the harm which can happen to them. So again, that includes automated decision making. If you're looking at a product which has an element of automated decision making, then DPIA becomes critical. Um, Again, systematic monitoring of a publicly accessible place. This is coming from the GDPR, and absolutely it widens the scope and surveillance, and therefore you need to see how necessary it is to do something like this. Mixing and matching of data sets, I think that's another aspect which we as a team sort of discussed and felt that in the context of the new bill, where one of the rights is that the individual should know exactly what information you have. So when you're mixing and matching data, will you be able to provide them that information, and you have the processes in place? Again, you have to work while developing that process, uh, and keeping in mind the right of the individual. How will you be able to uh, adhere to their requests if they do write to you? Again, across most jurisprudence, there is a lot of safeguards around vulnerable groups. So when you're talking about data of children or other vulnerable group, you should, as in that should be a tick mark in the checklist of DPIA, and it's part of our template. Of course, these rules regarding these vulnerable groups are different according to different jurisdictions, but this is a trigger. So you should at least know, okay, if this is forming part of my process, then definitely you should consider a DPI. Innovative tech, definitely. You spoke about it in your presentation about continuous tracking of location, and again, the level of harm, is it necessary? When you're looking at a process where such technology is being used, whether in the context of an employer or a product provider, then you really need to think about a DPIA. Another aspect, which I feel is relevant, is when you have a complex product and you have, 2-3 data fiduciaries, and how the relationship will be between them. How will you sort of look at data subject requests when there are 2 fiduciaries? So, when you're talking about when you're launching or looking at a product or process where there could be 2 fiduciaries or multiple fiduciaries, I think you should do an impact assessment from a perspective of how will you meet the rights of the data principals when they do come to you for requests. And of course, you will look at your liabilities vis-a-vis different data fiduciaries. So, these were the few of the factors which we sort of, I've only presented few because we have the laundry list in the paper, and I don't want to go into the full list. People who are doing a DPI can refer to it. But I think I want to use this time to sort of get some feedback from you when you have done DPIAs on what should be there in the template, and what is it that you consider as an organization. So I would love to get some feedback. I will submit it to DSCI, and then we'll see how they are circulating it.
Okay, so this is an addition you can consider. So there are 2 parts to DPIA, one for the existing process and products, one is the new process product. So for the existing processes, you should have the mechanism, current as is stage and what you are going to do. Okay, that one, if not covered, then that is one thing that will be applicable. For the new products, whenever the product starts, right, all of us knows that all the DPIA has to be done by the data privacy engineer or the senior guys. It is not that you can give to anybody.
Correct.
So given the scarcity of the resources, the competency and everything, So the logic is first we have to understand that whether the DPI is required for the data classification or not. So that is the first criteria of that. Okay.
Yes.
Then the ecosystem of the overall the data processing. That means whether it's cloud processor, SaaS, locations and all. Once you have the demographics of the data and the processing attributes, if you have not considered, then you can consider. Then you take a cut, like an triangle decision making whether you need to do or not. Based on the experience that we have seen, right? So DPIA, if you follow through the principles of GDPR or whatever, right? Starting from the limitations and all that, if you start getting there and taking the data life cycle intact, data life cycle doesn't mean that it is the data life cycle according to data privacy. Normal, right? Collection, processing, transfer, storage, then retention, then purging, then output, all that, any data that goes. So if you consider in that way, I found specifically in the financial products and all, it is more that you can get that risk and harm very easily. Okay, that is one. The another part is in terms of the data principles that you covered, right? That what is the end impact to data principles. But in sometimes we may not have that view as the user view when you are developing a product. Although you may have use cases, you may build scenarios, you can tell that use cases, how my business case will run. But when you are developing a product, immediately you may not have that view. So, but guidance is good that if you want to do that principle-based approach, so that is something that you can take. And the final one is the continuous improvement, because you should have one kind of adapter whenever there is a process flow changes, personal data processing changes in the system, it should trigger automatically that part, because normally we miss out that. See, for example, the way the SEC works in from you to India, right? What they tell that in the SEC, one of the sections, they tell what data is being processed and what processing happens, and then what kind of the categories of data. That is very, very important, because you are signing that affidavit and giving that confirmation that only for this data, these categories, I am going to process in India. I am giving the technological and organizational mandate or the accountability. But when you change the data or the processing, normally that flow is missing. Even now, it is not enforced. So
And I
somehow,
think it's difficult to implement also.
yeah. So that somehow the automatic trigger should happen so that it takes care of that. Okay.
Absolutely. I think very helpful feedback. We have the first one sort of covered. What we've looked at is have some basic questions where maybe even a lay person can figure out whether this falls within the criteria. So you have a tick box. Okay, out of the 10, if 2 or more are ticked, then you need to do a DPIA. And this helps in a way that sometimes there are so many processes happening across the organization. To find the correct one in the radar and then bring more resources and sort of do more work on it, you need to have an initial checklist. So we do have that. And I would really request everybody who's going to be referring to this is please share feedback, because the idea is to keep making this better. So even the checklist which we are given, if you feel some more triggers should be added, we're happy to do that.
That would be really helpful. So I would request you to open the work document. Thank you, Yukti. So this is our work product right now. And as Yukti mentioned, yeah, we request your valuable feedback on this. And I would request you to go on page on the template, which is I think section 18 or yeah, so after this, we have just given a little theory about what screening questions will do. And then we have added certain questions, as Yukti was mentioning, that those questions will help any organization to identify whether for this processing activity, whether I should do a DPIA or not. So can you go to next page, please? Yeah, so this is our screening questionnaire where we say that if someone says yes for any of these questions in section A, which has close to like 10 questions, if any of these are say yes for any processing activity, we say that it is mandatory to do DPIA. And then if you go a little down, then there are 3 questions where we say it is a best practice to do a DPIA, but it is always good to find out the risk of any of the processing activity, because if you're not finding out the risk, then how you will mitigate those? And then ultimately it will be like you are not in compliance with a particular data protection law. So that's why, yeah, although we say good to have, but it is like, please conduct the DPIA. It will not, it will just take your time, effort, but it will safeguard your company. Then this section talks about, as Yukti mentioned, we have added a list of questions which talks around identifying what is the purpose of the processing. All these, this step one, one can give a little theory about the entire activity, what for which the DPIA need to be conducted, and then those processing activity. Uh, so 5, 6 questions are around that. Then describe the processing, how the processing is happening, whether it includes like cross-border transferring or where there is joint data fiduciary setup is there. So all those kind of questions we have added. And then third point, keep on going. Yeah. So lawfulness, transparency, purpose limitation, data accuracy, data minimization, all of them, these pointers we have considered, data subject request, data security. So although you will find like little bit questions, but these are subjective questions where a person who is conducting a DPIA can have multiple points addressed, or you can further build on it also. Then the data processors and international transfers. So if international transfer is happening, then we should consider where all the data is traveling to. Like this question one says that data was captured in Europe, but got reviewed in India, stored in USA, and backed up in Australia. So when we are doing a DPI, we should consider all the laws and then consider what is their requirement, and accordingly we should conduct the DPIA. Then stakeholder engagement, like who all you included for the assessment. Even as you saw the above question where we say that data was from EU, reviewed in India, stored in US. So in that case, the assessment need to be done with multiple stakeholders. So we request you to have it captured in your template so that next time whosoever is referring to that assessment knows that who all are the stakeholders, where my data is moving. So that is the requirement of giving all these questions. Then we have kept a placeholder for adding the data flow diagrams. Data flow diagrams are very important, which helps someone to understand how the data is flowing from one piece to another piece within my environment, where it is sensitive, where it is getting accessed, who all are accessing it. So that's why it is advisable to have a DFD attached with the DPIA. And then this is our risk identification, assessment, and mitigation section, where we have suggested a laundry list of risk which you can consider. We are not saying that this list is exhaustive. You can take different sources like COSO. You can also consider ISO 27701. So all these sources you can consider to find out the list of risk, and accordingly you can find out what are the probable risk in your environment with a particular processing activity. And then this is a structure of a final report where like you can record that who performed the DPIA, whether the DPO signed off on that DPIA finding or not, and a little bit summary of it. and what you advised as part of the DPIA. So all that we have given a little template. So I think, yeah, this was the bottom of our work product. As Yukti mentioned, further we will be adding sector-specific little requirements. Although that was not our initial approach when we started creating the this work product, because we thought of creating a sector-agnostic and a country-agnostic DPIA document. However, based on our feedback, the feedback that we received last time, we are going to add certain pointers, which will be the appendix of this document. So thank you so much.
Any questions? Most welcome, and suggestions. Anyone later, maybe you can write to DSCI, and if you have some feedback on the paper.
Owing to the paucity of time, I apologize. We can take only one question.
Thank you, Deepika. I'll keep it short. So you mentioned about that DFDs could be included as part of the DPIA. But shouldn't that be the foremost consideration, because your entire processing is going to depend on that? And shouldn't it be placed right at the top when you're defining a process?
Yeah, DFD should be created, and that should be our first step. But our suggestion is to include that in your DPIA, and attach those DFDs there, so that someone who's referring after you have completed the DPIA knows the structure from where the data is going. It will help them.
It will be placed upwards, because once you understand that, then the entire context flows from that.
Yeah, we can take that suggestion. We can move that section up. Thank you.
I thank the DPIA SIG for the very enriching and informative presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a slight change in the schedule for today. So, originally we planned to have we plan to have the privacy maturity models presentation, but now I would like to request the data transfers SIG to take the stage. So. So the presentation promises to be a deep dive into the intricacies of data transfers. So I would like to request the lead SIG to take the stage. And please introduce yourself and the SIG. Yeah, I'm so sorry. The lead SIG is also joining us online.
Hi, Stephanie, you are able to hear us? Yeah, please
is
go
the sound
ahead.
working?
Yes, it is working. We are able to hear you.
Perfect. I don't know if you can see me as well, but hopefully technology will do its job.
Yes, we can see you.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. As I said, I hope my connection is working and you can all hear me okay. Do let me know if there's any sound or quality issues. Unfortunately, not able to join in person, but hopefully we'll get another opportunity to do so in the future. I'm also just back from 10 days of holiday, so trying to remember what privacy is, what data transfers are, excuse me. So hopefully I'll say something intelligible to you. So quick introduction to myself and our special interest group. My name is Stephanie Higgins. I'm currently the Chief Data Protection Officer and Data Ethics Officer for Cognizant. Together with my very good colleague Ramakant, we headed up the Data Transfer Special Interest Group. So this is very close to my heart, and I would say in my very long career in privacy, 20 plus years, data transfers have proved to be really some of the most tricky and challenging areas to address. And obviously these requirements impact different companies in different ways. large and small. Working for a large enterprise, they've always been something that I've had to contend with, but even smaller companies, whether they're serving clients in other jurisdictions or whether they're just using technology or other service providers who may have access to data from other jurisdictions, they will impact these businesses as well. Our special interest group was supported by the wider team. If we can move to the next slide, please. So myself and Ramakant were leading this group. We were supported by the wider team, and we also had significant support, obviously, from the DSCI team as well in producing our work products. I will let you all read the declaration, the status on which some of the guidance was created. So we prepared 2 guidance documents to support businesses with dealing with data transfer obligations more broadly. And a big part of this, and I know Ramakant will cover it as well, was really ensuring it was as clear as possible, what is a data transfer? What does it mean to either move or access data from different jurisdictions? So really helping organizations to understand those concepts, and particularly where they may not have legal or very technical resources in play. And we do see a lot of misunderstanding of what it means to transfer data, both inbound and outbound transfers. So really, we were trying to provide some high-level guidance, a framework for small businesses, for startups, and other entities who may either serve customers in other jurisdictions or, again, use vendors and providers themselves to help them understand at a high level the requirements here and how they can simplify the compliance for their organization in this space, which, for those of you who are more familiar with it, has been a very complex and changing area over the last few years. So as I said, aim was to try and keep this simple, user-friendly as far as possible, sometimes very difficult for people who have been working in this field for a very long time to do that. And that is really where the need for input from the community, business community, is critical. How do we make this clear and understandable to your average user? So we can move to the next slide. And Ramakant, please feel free to jump in here. In terms of applicability, this is just highlighting the broad scope of these requirements, both specific to the India law, but also generally. These transfer requirements will protect citizens in a particular jurisdiction. They tend to be industry agnostic. They tend to have specific restrictions on more sensitive data types, et cetera, et cetera. We'll move to the next slide, please. And this, I think, is a really good slide just to give a view of the complexity of the global environment, obviously not just around data transfers, but specifically to, we're moving, have we missed a slide? Thank you. So again, just showing the environment and the complexity of the environment, how many privacy laws we have in various jurisdictions, the stringency of those privacy laws. And again, it's not just about transfer requirements, but everything we've been discussing today on privacy by design, on the importance of doing data protection impact assessments, on specific requirements around employee privacy, but also data transfers. And the interesting thing here is not just the restrictions on moving data out of a jurisdiction, but also which jurisdictions are not considered safe because they don't have stringent privacy laws, etc., to cover those. I think I will, at this stage, hand over to Ramakant to cover the first work product that was produced by the SIG. Could we move to the next slide? And Ramakant, are you?
Yeah, I'll take from
you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so thanks a lot, guys, for attending this. We covered some part in our panel discussion in the morning, but just we want to give an update what we have done so far. So the approach that we have taken, there are some activities which are done as part of the DSI and other government entities in terms of the mutual treaty and different data transfer because of the business interactions, right? So we did refer to them, and also we looked at the different framework that is available currently in terms of the GDPR, maybe the SECs and all the Chinese laws, what they have in place, and dipping them into the APAC framework where it is something that is self-regulated and self-assessed kind of thing. Then we felt that we'll focus on more on the data that is going out of India, because that is something which you have to cover as per the data protection law. So having said this, we just went into the bill, that all the different kind of bills that we saw, and finally it became law. So there was a lot of provision that was taken. If you remember, there was a data localization aspect, then something and all that. And we also have sectoral laws like RBI guidelines, and we have also health related informations. So all those are sectoral laws which also exist and will exist also as per the guidelines. So understanding this, we did understand some aspect that what really happens when we talk about the data transfer. So the meaning of the data transfer is very vague. Some guys, they tell that if I am practicing GDPR and my machine is there, I am just seeing the data from India, so it doesn't cover under GDPR. So that is not the true. Just giving the concept is that anything that you are able to access doesn't mean that only edit, delete, it is also view is also access. Okay. So in that premises, we feel that anything that goes out of India or anybody who is able to access from here, also from outside, also will be subject to this data transfer aspect. Okay. So that is one. Then we did do some research in the IAPP publications, and also looked at some of the guidelines that is available across the globe, including the Canadian principles and all that. So what we found out in the overall scenario is that, so we have to build some kind of checklist which is more apt for our SMBs, small and medium business houses, because the large enterprises, most of them already have something in place, right? Because of the nature of their working in multiple countries and service providers in terms of the IT space. Although we need to focus on the industry based, because manufacturing, automobile, and also now there are exports are happening. If you remember, the business is going in a digital way. So we have to also ensure that how those sectors are also enabled. That is the number two. And we did do some kind of cases in the terms of the contracts that is being written between these hosting partners and the big Bs who provide also the different kind of services across the globe, right? And predominantly not only the factor of that only the transfer of services, also the product that we buy in and we implement. And sometimes, if you remember, we give those services outsourced and we get some input. That means the data goes out of India, get processed in US in some kind of servers, and it comes back to us, right? That is one. Then a lot of regulatory reporting will happen from the systems. So if you look at all those aspects were looked into in toto, and finally we just came out with some kind of basis of transfer. Okay. So you can find there are 1 or 2 points which will be anomaly. So you just reserve your questions till end. So the first one, that adequacy decision, right? So what we are hopeful as the SIG, that definitely in the current scheme of thing, that these restricted countries we don't call it as a black list or white list, we'll call it restricted countries, right? Those lists will be notified by the government. But however, if you recollect, there are a lot of businesses happening with the different countries. So right now, at this point of time, mutual treaty exists for the data transfer for the business interest. And in those cases, there are some personal data which is being transacted. So that is number one to take. So that means not that nothing is there, it is just coming up. Okay, that is one point. The second point that we want to have that, so as we understand the basis of the legal basis of processing, right? We call that one is consent based, one is legitimate purpose. So similarly, under the data transfer, so we should have legal rights or claim. That also is one of the basis that needs to be done. For medical emergencies, that needs to be done. For the vital claim that you understand about the medical emergencies, or anybody is going to get treatment there. For example, those aspects has to also be considered. Then one more thing is there any court or tribunal that is going to have some kind of aspect in the overseas where they need Indian data and they approach the government. So the data has to be transferred. So one more thing is very interesting is that from time to time there will be a lot of notification that will come in this regard. or the like other principles that we talked about in the morning. But since data transfer is a little bit of contagious and it impacts directly the data principles of India, so you will find that more and more regulatory guidance will come in. The one more thing is that contract between the parties, right? So whenever you have a contract with the another party overseas and for the doing a business or they are providing services within Indian territory, then that has to be also be taken care. So right now there is no specific guidance available in the bill law, but obviously that is in the making, it will come. So one more thing, the consent of the principals, right? Why we have mentioned that although it is not stated in the law is that at times we knowingly unknowingly, so right, we download a lot of applications on our mobile applications or platforms where we give a consent by default. So that goes up and it is our data which goes, so we don't know. So we hope that that has to be regulated somehow for the technical platforms. The another one, if you, the interest part, the last but one, if you look at that, right? So this is based on the different rules that has come, different evidences, the fraud, money laundering, and a lot of people, they went out by making a loss to the exchequer, right, in government. So now law has done that. Because of that, they challenge in the other courts, other country courts, that personal data is violated. So now government has put that in specific, that in those cases, government will have all the access to their personals, right? So that is something is there. Then of course we have to understand that the financial and assets and all that, if you remember, because of that now recovery is happening for the fraudsters. So because of that also we need to have all the details about their assets, their locations and all. So specifically if you look at that, this particular basis of transfer has been more and more stricter, not only for the Data Protection Act, okay, or Data Protection Bill, but Data Protection Law, but also taking care of lot of other aspects which will ensure that overall ecosystem of the business and government is also taken care. So now there are two things to do that. So what we have to understand, a little bit futuristic thinking in those lines, whether government will have something in the adequacy decision, okay? So this is my personal opinion, it will happen because right now government is working with the European Commission to recognize India as an adequacy decision so that we get away of the SCC data transfers, right? That is number one. So there is the interest that is being shown and the discussions will happen. So by virtue of that particular adequacy decision, which will be okay and will be very happy to have that. So government also may go for adequate decision for the other countries. That is one personal view. The second one is, it cannot be open that I will just restrict some countries and don't do business, because we cannot restrict the business as whole for the every enterprises, because knowing that we are a startup hub and we are doing a lot of small businesses and our businesses are improving in different areas. So it will open up for the interpretation and definitely that will have some kind of things. So one more view is that maybe like we have US DPA, Data Privacy Framework, post Privacy Shield, which is recently July it got launched, right? So my personal view, by understanding the overall framework in India and overseas, that maybe down the line of next few years, government will also establish a portal where we have to do self-assessment and it will be also getting assessed and certified, and before we also transfer. Whereas data producers may be impacted because in order to do that, but that will be the right way to do. Okay, so maybe that is something that that is expected. So these are something will be detailed out as it will come. Okay, so now this is something that we did the work product one. So what we thought that we will give a small guideline for our SMBs, those who are not having the large view of what they should do. Okay, so that is something that we felt, and this is our data transfer guiding checklist. Okay, we are not going there, but we have mentioned almost everything. So we'll get some things added from the feedback and also in the recent changes. So what will happen if you look at that particular one, any checklist, as I told, there are methods that what are the personal data you are dealing with, number one, and what are the scope of processing overseas when you are transferring, right? and whether the exemption apply or not. So one more thing is, it is very current that always the exemptions will start changing because based on the government when they learn more and more from the law and practices in the industry, economical challenges and all that, right? So we should understand that. Now this is something, we have 7 steps. So all the steps need not be followed. Some of the steps can be done. But if you look at that, we have to understand in the context of law the entity role. So entity is very, very important because you might be data fiduciary and you might have n number of things as a data processors. Okay, so in our law, data fiduciary has the prime accountability, right? So what we have to do, and they have to enforce that through the processor, through the contract. So that is how it is. So when we are talking a data processor, we have to understand that data fiduciary in this case is very important. Now we have to understand that 2 things that I told. One is business processes. What type of business you are trying to offer to outside, or what data you are giving to the other processors who are going to process your data, right? And also the territory details. So territorial details come under the restricted list and the approved list. So we may not have approved list. It is assumed that they are not on the restricted list means it is approved, right? That is what our current understanding. So then we have to understand in the scope of processing, there are different kind of model. Cloud, non-cloud, on-prem, mixed bag, many things will happen. So we have to understand that very well, because it happens that in the banking scenarios, some of the banks, they are going by a hybrid cloud. Some of the data they are putting in-house on-prem. Some of the data they're exposing in the SaaS or in the cloud. So more and more those kind of things may come up because they want to take low risk, right, in terms of some of the critical data which has to be there. So that is why, if you remember the payment processing guideline by RBI, where they tell that payment last mile transaction should be always in India, although it has gone within 24 hours, it has to come. It is nothing to do, but it is to ensure that whenever the investigation happens for the fraud, we have the direct control on the data for our residents or citizens. So that is why. So the data elements is very, very important. We should not do this kind of transfer for overall band. Suppose I have 17 or 27 processing. I should not go and do for everything. We have to understand which are really applicable personal data, and we have to do that way. So the one more thing is there right now, based on the experience and based on the discussions and reports, we understand that there is a lot of gap in terms of the controls. Either it is the process controls or it is security controls, data protection controls, whatever you say, it's there exist in our system. Okay, and because all our systems and the enterprises are at different levels of maturity of privacy. Some are just starting, some went for the bill, now they will start. Some are already started because they have to gear up to the service providers, the customers across the overseas. So based on that, the risk is very, very important. And as I mentioned that the DPIA team, they did that aspect, right? So we need not do deep dive in each case, but we have to do a risk assessment. That is very, very important in order to tell that where do we stand on that. So that another point we should not miss is third-party vendor risk, because third-party vendor risk is very, very important, because most of the vendors, they may not adhere because they will tell, I am just giving you data, I am just giving you a platform, what is there for me, right? So it is not like that, because the data storing in Amazon cloud also is a risk, because correct, but if you look at their contracts, from the experience I can say, they tell that it is data control's responsibility to put the data on the cloud. They can waive off the data collection aspect, but the storage as part of the principle still there, that is there. If a breach happens, it's still there accountable, right? So we have to go in those aspects. Then another one is we have to understand the basis of data transfer that we saw one slide. So we have to understand that under which basis of the data transfer we have to do. In addition to doing that, we have to understand what are these existing sectoral laws that are there. Because as we discussed, sectoral laws are still existing, it will still be applicable. So we cannot take away that it is not there, right? So that is maybe health related, maybe you can talk about financial related, all that we have to do. So once we do that, then we have to see, in some cases, we might need approval from the government for the transfer. Okay, that is as per the law, and we have to do that. So we do not know what will be the approval workflow and all is still to be worked out, we have to do. Now another one is process data transfer as defined and approved. Okay, So what we are trying to do, although there is a data audit that is available for the only significant data fiduciaries, right? But in order to do this data transfer audit, that whether I am doing right or not, it may be suggested that maybe for first 1 or 2 iterations, all the data fiduciaries, either significant, non-significant, they should go for the audit. So that they get their process checked. They know that where they stand. Are they doing the right thing? That is one. And if there is any audit finding that we have to do, okay, so that is one. The last one is about demonstration to the Data Protection Board of India, right? So since it may, anyway, by default, the data audit will happen for the significant data fiduciaries, but for the SMBs, it might be exempted that the guidelines will come, and maybe we may not be happy to that every time we have to go there. But as a practice, as a practitioner, we should ensure that we keep ready all our aspects. So now there is a lot of discussion happening across the globe about the data transfer certifications. Okay, so it is like you understood about the BCR, binding corporate rules are there. Then there are small companies, they are telling that we will offer you some kind of certifications. So it is also important for India also to develop those frameworks and ensure that we be the pioneer in our own way than anyone coming from outside getting that done. Okay. So this is something, this approach is available in the document. It will be enhanced in next few days and it will be available for all of you. Okay, but as I told, this particular SIG will be continuing following up because changes will happen and more regulatory guidance will come in this. So now going to the next one. So Stephanie, I think you can take from here.
Great, thank you, Ramakant. So everyone, I hope the sound is still okay. Let me know if there are any challenges with the audio. The second work product that was part of this special interest group was really about creating, as we've described, a user-friendly guide for businesses on some of the key requirements globally in different laws on how data transfers need to be managed. This isn't really intended to help small businesses, SMEs, service providers manage these common privacy requirements. So they're going to be things that their clients, their users would expect them to have in place. The next slide, if we go forward, shows a little bit of an outline of the guidance. So I'm not going to go into it in too much detail. I know that we're low on time. And I'd much prefer to take questions, but just to flag a few, excuse me, just to flag a few pieces. One was really, as we've discussed, really explaining a little bit what a data transfer is from a legal perspective, which can cause confusion in different parts of the business. So making it clear that the law really is very broad. Any access to data, you don't have to be physically storing it. Data can obviously be in multiple jurisdictions at the same time. It can get very, very complex. But helping businesses understand that these requirements may apply, even if in common sense, we would think it wasn't necessary. So basic guidance on what is a data transfer. Then we talk a little bit about the expectation around due diligence. So when you're using a service provider, the expectation in many country laws is that you will vet that service provider. You will ensure that they are financially sound, that they have a legitimate business model, that they have critically security controls in place because you are giving them your data or you're giving them access to your data. And so we're trying to help organizations understand how they can respond to these types of questions, what the types of questions might be, and ensure that they have a privacy and security framework in place that allows them to do so. And again, not have to reinvent the wheel for every request and question that they get from their customers or their potential customers. The second area, broad area, was really common contractual requirements. So this is trying to provide an overview to businesses of what they can expect to see in contracts from their customers around data transfers and around access, processing of data or any access to data that they would have in general. So here again, it's intended to be neutral. We're not looking at any specific country laws, but obviously the European standard contractual clauses are a big part of this just because they are so prescriptive and one of the few regions that have a really prescriptive type of contract. So data limitation is something that you would commonly see in contracts from your customers. They want to ensure that you're only going to use the data for the purposes of providing the services, the purposes of the contract. Accuracy, data minimization, retention requirements. Again, they would want their service providers to ensure that they keep the data accurate as needed, that they only access the minimum data that's needed for providing the services, and that they're following the retention schedules or provisions in the contract. And these, again, are going to depend on the nature of the services being provided. But, from a business perspective, it's important to think these through. How are they going to apply to us? How can we ensure that we've got a framework in place that we are meeting them so that we can comfortably agree to these contractual provisions? Another very common area, obviously, is further sharing of the data. So if you're using a further subcontractor down the chain, many of the laws require that the provisions are flowed down to these subcontractors. So again, it requires you to have that broader view of your business model, how you're providing your services, and making sure that you, very much with privacy by design in mind, that you're thinking through at the outset how you can put these basic controls in place so that you don't have to spend too much time on a case-by-case basis, depending on what the contracts say with your clients and customers. Data subject rights, again, something that we'll commonly see in these contracts. Security, obviously critical, ensuring certain security controls are in place, that's going to be absolutely essential. And I won't spend too much time on it again, but having the basic security controls that are expressed in many standards and laws globally, making sure that those are all taken into consideration. I think some of those were mentioned by some of the other SIGs as part of the work they were doing earlier. All critical, all will allow you to sort of ensure that the process isn't too cumbersome, isn't taking up too much of your time. Getting these controls in place at the outset is really critical. And then liability provisions, again, will vary per jurisdiction, but there will always be some attempt by customers to ensure that the recipient of the data in another jurisdiction has some liability. EU contracts obviously have very prescribed provisions around that, but again, it's something that you would expect as part of the standard contracting process. The last point that I'm going to cover is really just on the concept of transfer risk assessments. So this is something that is originated out of the European Union, specifically, as some of you may know, with respect to transfers to the US and the issues around the Schrems cases, which have been resolved now with the data protection framework between the EU and the US. But these issues have left us with this concept of a transfer risk assessment. And not only we're seeing it in some other new laws as well, most notably in China, but there are other jurisdictions that have this notion of you need to have a documented risk assessment completed where you are using a service provider or transferring data to other operations in a third country. And this is really a heavy lift for a lot of businesses, large or small. There is a lot of support out there, but again, it's going to take time to pull that together. And if you are a smaller business, it's obviously a lot more onerous for you to do that. But unfortunately, it is a fact of life going forward for businesses, particularly those that deal with or operate from the EU. And this is really around, it can be looked at similarly to a data protection impact assessment or a privacy impact assessment, but it is really around documenting the details of the transfer, what data, how the data is going to be protected, what the specific risks are, and how you would manage them. And as I say, I think looking at how regulators and different organizations are providing guidance on that is something that will absolutely help businesses do it in the most efficient and effective way possible. I will hand back to Ramakant to cover the key takeaways, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
So from this overall session, we want you to just remember all these points. One, right now the government will notify the list of restricted countries for the data transfer from India. And the second one is we will have supplementary guidelines and details follow from government in coming days. Due diligence and transfer impact assessment for data transfer always suggested, because you may not know that which jurisdiction you are going. Suppose, for example, not meaning them, but it is suppose you do some kind of financial transaction with Nigeria and all those countries, right? Where we know by nature there is prevalent of different kind of theft. So we should be careful on that. The another one is the data fiduciaries and entity processing personal data would be subject to data transfer requirements. So it is not small or it large or significant, but the data fiduciaries will be subject to this, because if they are processing the personal data outside of India. Another one, non-compliance too will attract penalties and fines. So earlier we cannot say that we are not sending because it will directly impact the data principal and data subject rights, in other words, and for that we have to be penalized. Last one, this approach can be modified at any point of time. It is available after maybe 1 or 2 weeks. So you guys can review and you can give your feedback. So with this, so we close our session. Thanks a lot for patience listening. Open to questions.
We will be taking only 2 questions owing to the paucity of time. And the participants joining us online, feel free to mention your questions in the chat box.
Yeah. Yes, you are audible.
So do you envisage a similar onward transfer restrictions for India as well? Because I may have a payroll service provider in Singapore, who in turn may be sending it to another country which is on the negative list.
Yeah, see, there are two parts to this. This is my view. We have to debate it later. But if we are sending to Singapore, right, and he's sending somewhere else, so that means the Singapore entity becomes the data processor. That may be your primary contact point. Okay. So for that, we should have that agreement of that will do. But in fact, if he is using another subprocessor, that he has to take care. He has to ensure that how he is doing that. So the subcontractor approval process is not there with in the Indian.
Which may require us to introduce clauses to prevent transfer to a negative.
Yes. That data disclosure, data sharing, without our notification, that we can do carve out in our contracts. But as per the law is concerned, it doesn't. It is open. It is not telling that you cannot involve and you need approvals. So that is a little bit of gray area.
So, Ramakant, there is a question on the chat from Vikram. He says, did you address the China's PIPL data transfer mechanisms such as SCCs for your data transfer from China to other countries? Have you addressed this? Have you taken note of this as part of your work product?
No, we did study that, but we didn't take care of this because we focused more on India out, right? And India in, although we have given some guidances, but we have not done the deep dive as part of the China PPL.
Yeah, I'll just add to that, Ramakant. The guidance for inbound transfers is pretty high level, but it covers broadly the requirements that we see in the new China law, and specifically the data transfer requirements. But again, it's meant to be jurisdiction agnostic. It is not going to cover everything that is in any particular law. It is providing a flavor of the common requirements in jurisdictions that are regulated.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one quick question. On the data transfer outside India, what about the retrospective data transfer which have been already taken care? Because most of the SaaS provider and other which are processing a lot of personal data from here, right? So how this will be taken care, or maybe how we can, uh, any guardrails, because there will be a lot of disputes afterwards between even data processors and data fiduciaries. So how do we manage that exactly in the
Yeah.
pursuit of law?
So current law doesn't have any provision of retrospective mention. But however, in the practice, what we see, like any other, like in consent management, if you look at that, what they have told that all the data fiduciaries should start initiating the process, okay, as quick as possible. And there will be some guideline from where it will be mandated, but they're giving some time. Similarly, the data transfer aspect also will get some time. And when this law is effective from some date, right? Maybe next year, some date. Maybe as part of that, in the contracts, we have to mention that and get it enforced.
About the data.
Yes, about the data which is already gone. Yeah.
With this, I would like to congratulate Ms. Stephanie and Mr. Ramakant for conducting such a detailed and informative presentation on data transfers.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you.
Now, our last presentation for the day will be conducted by the Privacy Maturity Model SIG. Let's extend a warm welcome to Mr. Nitin, DPO at Novartis. Over to you, sir.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so good evening, everyone. I know my slot was a bit earlier, but then I had to get into another call, and thanks for accommodating this. And I do realize that this is the last session of the day as well. So the working group that I have been part of has been focusing on developing a maturity model, especially with the intention of giving a mechanism for organizations to assess where they are in their privacy journey, right? So I've got a very short, maybe just a one slide to talk about what the objectives of this working group have been, and then I'll focus more time on the actual maturity model that we have developed and how it can potentially be used by organizations, right? So let me share the one or two slides that I do have for this. Let me know once it is visible.
Yes.
Okay, great. So as I briefly mentioned, right? So now that we actually have Data Privacy or Data Protection Act in place in India, the last time I presented the progress on this working group's activities, the law was not in place yet. Now we do have it. I think it makes all the more sense for organizations to be able to assess where they are, as I said, with respect to their privacy journeys, right? Now, as we all know, a privacy program would have different components, right? Starting from typically the privacy policy that you would have in place, and under that various other areas that you would have to achieve the required purposes, right? Now, each of these areas may not have the same level of maturity that you would want. Some areas would have matured a lot. Some areas would still be like at a nascent stage, depending on what the requirements are for that particular organization, right? And this model helps us to do the maturity level assessment for each of those areas independently as such, right? So that's what this model is all about. We can use it for internal benchmarks or against external benchmarks as well. What we have is, as a work product, is a working model, which is currently Excel based. We can look at whether we keep it Excel based or make it an online tool. That is for later discussion, but hopefully that can be used by the organizations to assess the various areas of their privacy programs from a maturity perspective, right? So that's very briefly about what the objectives of this working group have been. What have we done so far? We started with whether a maturity model is really required. I think the general consensus was that yes, we should have something, given that at the point of time that this got initiated, the law was still being discussed, and we said that, okay, this is something that would be helpful for organizations to use, right? What we do have right now, as I said, is a draft of this model, which I'll present in a few minutes as well, right? In terms of next steps, of course, we would want to have feedback from the larger industry. We would want it to be reviewed a bit more. One of the things that I have discussed with DSCI is to see how we can actually test this model in the field, if I can call it that, right? So if we can invite a few organizations to actually use this model, see if it is helping them really understand where they are and share feedback with us, that would be really ideal way to move forward from here. Other possible changes, or I would say enhancements to this, would be to see how it can be or how it needs to be revised in correlation with the DPA, and whether we need various avatars or versions of the same model for different types of organizations, right? Last time when we presented this, we had a question around whether the same model can be used by startups and, let's say, large organizations alike, right? Possibly yes, but it really depends on how what kind of feedback we get from the field as well. So those are possible options that we are looking at, and something that we can definitely work on as we keep getting feedback from the field as well, right? So with that, I will now share the actual model that the group has created, and I'll run you through the various components, and then we can open it up for questions as well. Okay. So let me know if my screen is again visible. This should be an Excel worksheet.
Yes.
Okay. So as you can see, this model, I'll run through the model and the various categories as we are calling them. If you look at the maturity levels, they are largely based on the standard maturity levels which are used in other models as well, right? So even if you look at the software development maturity models, they have similar levels. So we have not tried to reinvent the wheel there. So you have the usual models or the maturity levels which start from ad hoc and which go all the way up to optimized, right? Depending on what you have done for that particular category as such. Right? If you look at the various categories, those are listed. Categories and subcategories, those are listed in columns A and B, and then for each of them we try to understand where the organization is with respect to the work that they have done on this, right? So we start with the privacy policy. Typically a privacy program would or should have a privacy policy defined, and where the organization is with respect to that. Does the policy exist? Is it approved? Is it reviewed on a periodic basis? Is it updated based on changes internally as well as externally on a periodic basis? Those are the various aspects that an organization should evaluate, and depending on what they are doing on those aspects is how they can rate themselves at a particular maturity level, right? Do keep in mind that this model is more of a self-assessment model, and mainly for the organization to know where it stands itself from a maturity perspective, right? So the self-assessment outcome for a particular category would be kind of documented in column I, and if they have any comments to add, they can just add it to the last column as well, right? We then go to other categories, other areas of the privacy program, other requirements which would typically be there from a regulatory perspective. Right now, as I mentioned, we have not particularly created or tweaked this for the Indian Data Protection Act. It's slightly more generic in nature, but should largely work for the new act as well. Right? So the second category, and then of course we have three subcategories over here, are to do with inventory. Typically, the starting point after having the privacy policy would be to have a good enough inventory of your processes, of your systems in place, because without that you really wouldn't know what is happening in your organization from a personal data processing perspective. And again, whether that inventory is in place, has it been reviewed by business, has it been approved by business, does business know that they have to keep updating this, keep revising it as they make changes, is something which again we would want the organization to evaluate on its own. The next one is typically around transparency. in terms of having a privacy notice for various aspects of your interfacing with the data subjects, right? So it might be with your employees. How do you provide a notice to your employees? It may be with your customers. It may be with patients. It may be with other stakeholders that you interact with. And does the privacy notice contain the various elements which need to be there in the privacy notice, right? So even if you look at the new Indian Data Protection Act, it has some specific requirements when it comes to a privacy notice having certain elements. So for example, the data which is collected from the data subject, the purposes of the processing, right? How does a data principal exercise their right? So these are certain elements which need to be there as defined by the Act. And again, we should evaluate whether our privacy notices have those aspects covered. Are those reviewed? Are those updated regularly? Are those would consider from a privacy notice perspective? The other key aspect which typically we do require, and this is again typical of most legislations, right, is to ensure that we have a valid legal basis for all the processing that we do of personal data, right? So again, if you look at the Indian Act, primary means is consent, but then you have other legitimate uses as well as they're defined, and there are subheadings under that as well, right? So again, does each processing that an organization conduct on their side, does each of those processing activities have or has a legal basis defined and identified for it? And are they have they done the required analysis? Have they ensured that this is the right basis, and so on and so forth, right? So whether those activities are being done, again, should be evaluated and ensured that depending on that, they define the maturity level as such. The next key area, and I think one of the SIGs covered this from a DPIA perspective, which I'm generalizing as the risk assessment. Typically, we do want a privacy risk assessment to be conducted on the various processing activities. Now, whether you have a formal process defined for that, how do you identify the risks? How do you track the risk? How do you mitigate the risk, right? And is the privacy risk assessment process itself revised as per the changing regulations, for example, or new rules which come in place, is something that an organization should evaluate, right? So right from the beginning, where some organizations may have like a very limited process in place to a level where risk logs are maintained, risk reviews are conducted very regularly on an annual basis, for example, right? So again, the maturity. The other key area is, of course, third parties. We have tried to take into account two, I would say, from a data flow perspective, right? So one is where third parties collect data on behalf of the organization, and they process it, they share it back with the organization, whatever the case is, and where the organization sometimes would do it the other way around, right? So they would share personal data with the third party for the third party to process it on their behalf, right? So largely covers a lot of the areas, I would say. And then what kind of relationship do we have? I think some of the SIGs have talked about contractual requirements to be put in place. How do we ensure that you do risk validation, vendor management kind of activities? Again, from a privacy perspective, of course. And whether you have the relevant data privacy protections or controls in place in the contracts. You may require them to put in technical controls and so on and so forth, right? So how do you manage your third party interfacing from a privacy perspective, again, with respect to transfer of and processing of personal data by the third party on behalf of the organization, is something that you would evaluate over here as well. The next one is in terms of the use and the retention. How do you make sure that when the data is collected, it is stored either by the organization or the third party, it is used for the purposes for which it was originally collected, right? Or which are identified in the notice which was given to the data principal. Primarily from a purpose limitation perspective, and how well of a control do you have, right? Because it is easier said than done that we don't want to use the personal data for purposes which were not defined in the privacy notice, right? But how do you really ensure that is happening on the ground as well? Fairly tricky area, I would say, and not too many technical avenues that we have to really make sure that this really happens, right? So something for the organization to really look into and make sure that they have enough controls and procedures in place as well. Okay. The next one goes hand in hand, retention of personal data. Do you have a retention policy? I think, if I remember correctly, for some of the time that I was there on the call, one of the SIGs again talked about having retention durations defined for the different types of data, right? Because not all data is equal, not all data needs to be retained for a similar amount of time. So of course, different types of personal data would have different retention durations. And how do you ensure that your retention policy takes care of that? Do you firstly have a policy in place? Do you have the different types of data identified? Do you have the retention durations defined for those type of personal data, right? So those are the aspects which would be covered over here. The last one is the destruction, right? So once the duration is over, how do you ensure that the data is either destroyed or it is anonymized so that it is no longer like identifiable with an individual, right? What processes do you have in place? Is there automation in place? I remember one of the SIGs again talked about how do you take care of deletion of data which is there in your backups, for example, right? How do you still ensure that that data is also deleted, right? So there are again various aspects. Those again should be considered from defining or identifying where you stand with respect to what the activities you are doing as well. Okay. Last 2 or 3 points, and then I can stop and take questions. Training and awareness. Of course, we're all aware that we do want to make sure that the employees of the organization, as well as sometimes the third party, are aware about our policies, what practices that we want to follow, do's and don'ts, and so on and so forth, right? So do you have a formal program to ensure that your employees are trained, they are made aware, there are regular updates given? How do you really build that culture of privacy, as we keep calling it, right? So again, try to evaluate where we are with respect to the activities we do on the training and awareness front. The next one is about rights. I think we are aware about not the new rights, but the rights which are there in the Data Protection Act. The right to nominate is relatively new, I would say, as compared to what we have seen in the other jurisdictions or legislations. But again, what process do you have in place to fulfill any request which comes in your way, right? Do you have a process? Do your business teams know how do you handle a request for this? How do you ensure that you don't share data of other data principals, and so on and so forth? So there are so many nuances to fulfilling an access right. Are you in a position to meet the timelines, for example, right? So there's a lot of coordination required between the internal teams, and is your process geared up enough to fulfill those requests, right? So that's what we cover as part of the data subject request. The last one is protection of data and incident management, right? So protection of data largely with respect to what the security team would implement. So they may be administrative, some of them may be technical, some of them may be physical controls as well. So have you really conducted a security risk assessment as well for the personal data? I know that the Indian Act doesn't really recognize now personal versus sensitive personal data, but I think organizations would still want to make sure that the sensitive personal data, as defined by the organization now in this case, would be given more control or more controls basically, or more security as compared to, let's say, something which is not so sensitive in nature, right? And then of course there are other controls which need to be put in place. So does that program exist? How does the interfacing with the security team work? That's what we would want to evaluate here. The last one is, of course, things go wrong, there are data breaches, data goes outside sometimes there is a breach within the organization. How geared up is your process to handle these kind of incidents, right? Do you have a team in place? How do you define what needs to be notified, what doesn't need to be notified? Again, the Indian Act seems to be pretty onerous in terms of the notification requirements to the regulator. The certain requirements are even more particular. The timelines are very, very stringent as well, right? So is your process geared up to meet those requirements as well, right? So that's again an area which our organization should evaluate and make sure that they move from the left to the right? So that's basically the model which has been developed. So far, we have tried to cover the key areas. As I said, again, we have not really tweaked this for the new act, but down the line, we can look at that as well. But with that, I will take a pause in terms of what I wanted to cover, the model which has been developed so far, and see if there are questions or suggestions. Would be more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nitin. Now, owing to time constraints, we have time for just one question. So, if anyone wants to ask a question, or anyone online, you can leave your question in the chat box.
Thanks, Nitin. Just one quick question, maybe a suggestion. Should we look at data governance also as a line item in terms of maturity?
Yes, so data governance is an area, yes, it is currently not covered explicitly. I think with the AI aspect coming into a lot more focus, I would say primarily due to ChatGPT. I think the overall data governance aspect, including governance around usage of AI, of course, data comes along with the usage of those systems, right? Would possibly make sense as well. So point taken, and something that we will consider including into the model as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Nitin. Your presentation indeed gave the audience some food for thought. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the end of the Privacy Leadership Forum. I must address the change in our agenda. We regret to inform you that owing to the richness of the discussions in the previous segments, we had to make the difficult decision to cancel the roundtable on AI and LLM. However, we are committed to continually delivering enriching concepts, and we assure you that we will explore AI and LLM in future discussions. With this, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, participants, and distinguished speakers, it is an honor for me to be delivering the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of the 15th Best Practices Meet. I would like to express our deepest gratitude for your presence, engagement, and valuable contributions. The journey we embarked on was of knowledge sharing, exploration, and enlightenment. It is through your active participation that this forum has been enriched with diverse perspectives and insights that truly embody the essence of collaboration. We are indeed honored to have had the opportunity to host such a diverse and knowledgeable audience. Your presence here today is a testament to your commitment to staying abreast with the latest developments in the realm of data privacy. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks goes to the distinguished speakers, moderators, and panelists. Your expertise, thought-provoking discussions, and willingness to share your knowledge have been the cornerstone of this event's success. We also extend our gratitude to our special interest groups for their dedication to crafting informative presentations that have provided a deeper understanding of the various thematic areas of this forum. This event would not have been possible without the support from our platinum sponsors, Fortinet and Ingram Micro, and our silver sponsor, Checkpoint. And we would also extend our sincere appreciation to the Hotel Conrad and our technical team for their support and exceptional hospitality. We also like to thank our Cyber Shiksha candidate for sharing her insights today and adding that special segment to today's event. Last but by no means the least, a special mention to our event hosting partners, exhibitors, and the DSCI team who work tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of this event. Thank you again for being a part of the 15th Best Practices Meet Privacy Leadership Forum. Let's carry forward the insights gained and the connections made to contribute positively to the landscape of data privacy and protection. With this, we come to the end of the Privacy Leadership Forum. It was indeed a pleasure to guide you through today's enriching forum. I hope to see you again in future forums. Safe travels until we meet again. Thank you.